Hello and welcome to America's Day at the Races as we kick off the unofficial start to summer this Memorial Day weekend. And as always, we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to the program here on FS2. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Naira handicapper Sarah L. Bodwi. And it's a glorious afternoon here in New York as we'll bring you the entire card from Belmont at the Big A, Sarah, and it certainly feels like summer outside and in here.
And when you have the nice weather in both places, that's when you really luck out and being able to enjoy some of that warm weather coming up this weekend. But exciting weekend ahead for Memorial Day weekend, racing on Monday as well. Really looking forward to diving into this week's action.
We do have a feature race coming up for the New York breds. Actually, that last portion of the card, the last pick 4, is all New York breds. We'll take a look here at race number 7. It's an optional allowance on the turf. We are on the turf for several races today, but all for the 1st and 4th. So the 7th going a mile and a 16th, and we'll check in with B of Courage. He's coming off the back of a win. This is that win where he just proved to be best. And Sarah, I thought looking at him, he looked as though he may have needed a start, but there have been several races in this horse's form that make him the horse to beat.
He's a consistent type, and while it did take him a little while to clear that allowance state bred N1X division, he is a horse that has shown up in a majority of his races, and this was a little bit of vengeance for that disqualification in his last turf start, able to get up by ahead to get that victory. We'll see how he does in here. This is a next step up in competition.
Yeah, he'll face that rival that was actually put up via DQ and sell something. He's coming back off of a layoff, Horacio de Paz. But we kick the show off with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, Sarah. As we take a look at this one, like I said, off the turf, will be contested at the 5.5 furlongs on the main track. And we do have a horse that has some experience. On the rail is number 3, soon to be King. Experience on the dirt, that is, but all the money right now, of course, surprise, surprise here, going to a Wesley Ward trainee.
Yeah, not a shock at all. Of course, this race coming off the turf, but this horse still taking significant money, even with the scratch of the number 2 after taxes. So these are just connections that tend to take money with their 2-year-olds. Fast bullet work coming in on the dirt. Seems like this can at least handle the surface in the morning.
Joel Rosario will be aboard this son of Churchill, who sold for nearly $300,000 at the Goff's sale. As we check in with our man with the eyes on the horses, Richard Migliore, champion jockey here at the Big A. Mig, what can you tell us about this group of juveniles?
I tell you, Maggie, this group is actually acting very well. You know, young horses, a lot of new things to contend with, and everybody seems to be really handling themselves extremely well. A nice, classy-looking group. The horse that really made a good impression on me is a horse with experience, and the inside post, that's the 3, Soon to be King. I really like what I'm seeing from Soon to be King, and particularly a horse coming off of a nice effort first time. Sometimes the second time out, they're a little bit more amped up, a little bit nervous. I'm not seeing that with him. I'm seeing a horse that just seems very confident. He still didn't really want to hook up with the pony, but I'm going to pick the 3, Soon to be King, off of that good first effort. And, you know, the favorite, obviously great connections, Wesley Ward, but don't you feel like this horse was more turf meant, even though the horse does sport a very fast gate work at Keeneland, and he's breaking from the outside where the other horse is breaking from the inside, and it's an extremely short run to that far turn. So I just think he's got a lot of advantages for him with the experience with Soon to be King.
Meg, thank you. And Sarah, let's discuss Soon to be King's debut effort, because he did several things wrong, but several things right too. And the things he did right aren't necessarily things you see from a first-time out starting 2-year-old, in which he made up ground.
Absolutely, and being able to pass other horses is something that is such a big advantage coming into these 2-year-old races, as well as just having race experience in general. And while this horse did not have a lot of early position, he did still break out of the gate very sharply. So at least knowing that he has that ability to get out cleanly, that's a big advantage coming in, even though he did lose a little bit of ground in the early stages of that race.
Right. It was kind of like he was showing greenness when he got a little bit of kickback, when it got a little tight. He just backed himself out of there, going the 5/8 on what was a muddy sealed surface. So now he gets a fast Herald track to deal with today. And I think he is interesting. But talking a bit about your 4 to 5 favorite Honorary American, he's going to get the, advantageous spot a lot of times when you're discussing 2-year-old races of the outside post. So last one in, sometimes first one out, especially when you're dealing with Wesley Ward horses. But he's a son of Churchill, and let's face it, most of his progeny are better on the turf. But if you go back a generation on the bottom side, the dam being by Bernardini is a good influence. And the second dam, she was a graded stakes winner on the dirt.
On the dam side of this pedigree, there is some inkling to suggest that this one should be able to handle this surface, but you're right, it's absolutely much more of a turf sire. So when you have these horses that are going out for Wesley Ward, you expect them to get out of the gate quickly, and you expect them to show early speed. And I think this one has hinted at that in the mornings with those workouts at Keeneland, many of them being very sharp, especially from the gate.
We currently see the Mark Casse entry as co-second choices. One, Mr. Monoclonal for a son of Bernardini. And the other one, Classic Time, son of Classic Empire. We'll see what shakes out here. Kind of interesting pedigree. Who did you go to in here?
I went to the horse with experience, Soon to Be King. I liked what I saw first time out, and also just knowing that this horse has that leg up on this field, has a race under his belt.
We'll see. Good luck, Chris Griffin, calling the 2 Gary Barber horses. At least one has a black cap and one a pink cap, as they do look very similar as far as horses go, too. As this is your 2-year-old Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Standing stallions such as this year's Kentucky Derby winning stallion Golden Sense, sire Mystic Dan. As they head into line, we head up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Honorary American stepping forward. Joel Rosario aboard. Start of the early pick 5. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Mr. Monoclonal is going to be the early trailer. Honorary Americans flashing early speed towards the outside, but a couple quicker towards the inside as there's Classic Time in between horses at the rail. That's Dancing Bear. These 3 across the racetrack. Hustled along as Soon to Be King is trying to keep up, is in the 4th position, 2 lengths back now, 3 as the front 2 start to spurt away. They move into that far turn. Second to last is Taprit's Temper, and the trailer, Mr. Monoclonal. 22 and 3 for that opening quarter mile here in the opener. It's Classic Time to the inside, who's the nose in front. Here comes the move from Honorary American. Is up alongside, and the front 2 are still 3 in front. Soon to Be King is trying to cut into the margin. Losing ground there was Dancing Bear is 4th. Still making up some ground from far, far back is Mr. Monoclonal, but the front 2 continue to duke it out. Soon to Be King is starting to gain some ground here up on the outside. It's Classic Time to the inside. In between horses, Honorary American, but here comes Soon to Be King. It's Classic Time still holding on. Here's Soon to Be King up alongside. Soon to Be King trying to push on by. Soon to Be King gets up. Soon to Be King over Classic Time in that photo. Then Honorary American in 1 minute 5.53 seconds.
Soon to Be King, soon to get his picture taken at second. Asking here, Sarah, as similar type of trip, but not as dramatic.
No, he didn't lose as much position as he did in his first start, and experience ending up prevailing as he did actually bobble out of the gate a little bit, had that inside position, took back, went to the outside, and just sort of this relentless rally after a very game pace setter in Classic Time, who ended up holding on for second there, just barely ran him down.
He was good, and you would have thought that Mr. Monoclonal was maybe the stronger half of the Casse Barber entry, but Classic Time showed great speed, shook off your favorite and Honorary American like a fly in the end, and just came up a head short to the experienced number 3 in here, soon to be king. And as you pointed out, we believe the first winner for freshman sire, King for a Day.
And he's an Uncle Mo, so you knew there was some versatility in the pedigree, as well as a little bit of precocity. And we'll see what we end up getting from these King for a Days. Not many registered that I've been able to look at, but there's one named Queen for a Night, which I like quite a bit.
I love that. I mean, that's just perfect. But at least he's got one in the winner's circle, and it's soon to be a king. This one ridden to victory by Eric Cancel, as Mark Cassie's other horse gets up for 4. So 3, 1A, 2B, 1 here in the opener, as we are pleased to join Acacia Clement as she is up in Saratoga. Acacia, I know you're with a familiar friend right over your shoulder in Sea Hero, but how is Saratoga looking, and what have you been up to up there as we are getting close to Belmont Stakes at the Spa?
I've been everywhere, Maggie, which has been a lot of fun. But yes, my old friend Sea Hero here live from the Saratoga paddock, a place that we are very well familiar with and know and love. And in just a couple of weeks, this place will be absolutely packed for the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, taking place up here for the first time this year. And looking at some of the horses preparing, there are a lot of familiar faces in Saratoga as well, including Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan, who arrived up here at the Spa on Monday. He's gotten a chance to stretch his legs over the track a couple of times, though trainer Kenny McPeak has yet to confirm whether he will go on and tackle the 3rd leg of the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes after winning the Derby and finishing 2nd in the Preakness. But he seems to have adapted beautifully up here on the Oklahoma training track, which is a lovely place to train, very quiet and a great track for preparing horses for these big races. But for 2 big barns that have strings up here in Saratoga, following the Derby, we saw Fierceness, the 2-year-old champion, come right up here to the Spa. And actually this morning, he had his first serious work back since that Kentucky Derby. Todd Pletcher, you'll get a chance to hear from him later on today. But Fierceness working in company with his stablemate Mindframe and just kind of getting back into the work mode of things. For Chad Brown, also with a significant string up here in Saratoga. Following the Derby, we saw Sierra Leone, who finished a very game 2nd in the Derby, come right here to Saratoga. He'll have a serious piece of work tomorrow for the barn. And Sierra Leone, a horse that really has shown himself to have a lot of talent with that deep closing run. We'll see how he does coming in to this Belmont Stakes, which will be a 1.25 miles up here at Saratoga this year. But it's all excitement. It's so much fun seeing all of the press lined up along the rails, all of the horsemen in town. And now as we get closer and closer, you can really feel the excitement here in Saratoga for a place where racing means so much, Maggie.
I could not agree more, Acacia. Getting excited as we are checking in with you throughout the day, throughout this weekend. Acacia will bring us some updates from possible Belmont contenders, as well as some, excitement from around town and maybe some other horses that will run on the undercard.
Yeah, I think she's going to get the full experience of the flair around town, as well as which horses are heading into that exciting weekend, historic weekend, as we have the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga for the first time. And Sierra Leone, who she touched on in her last mention, was a horse that I know that you've been impressed with since the beginning of his career.
Well, you kind of should be, right? He cost $2.3 million as a yearling, and he looked to be on his way to possibly winning this year's Kentucky Derby if he hadn't lugged in so severely. So I think maybe Acacia, throughout these 2 weeks leading up to the Belmont, could bring us some updates on what equipment Chad Brown has possibly changed when it comes to Sierra Leone, and looking forward to him as a possible starter in this year's Belmont up at the Spa. Well, that will conclude our first race. It was the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and soon to be king, making good on what looked to be a promising effort first time out, gets up, gets the win today in the shadow of the wire. This one for Mitch Friedman, Eric Cancel in the irons.
This was a just professional kind of effort from him, and we saw him be a little unprofessional first time out, a little green towards reaction to kickback, but this time did not lose as much position, even though he did not get out of the gate quite as quickly, but able to really build on that experience first time out.
And just so you know, the 4 completes the Superfecta as the entry, running 2nd and 4th as we head downstairs to the MIG, who caught up with the winning rider.
Yeah, pleased to be joined by Eric Cancel. Eric, soon to be king. You rode him first time. Was a little bit green. Started getting out some with you. He looked a lot more professional today.
Yeah, I mean, he's been improving every day, In the mornings, at the beginning, he didn't show much, but once he ran the first time, he made a big effort. And today I was expecting a good race out of him, and he gave it to me.
He broke sharp. You tried to hold your position, but then the other speeds went, and you gave him a chance. And he really finished well for a young horse, taking kickback and stuff. Not an easy thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's a funny horse to ride because he breaks good, but he doesn't want to be rushed early. So I just got to take my time with him. Everything went the way that I wanted, and at the end he started making a run and lugging in a little bit, but he was still moving forward, so I was very happy.
Yeah, you mentioned, Eric, that he's been getting better all the time. Is this a horse that you've gotten familiar with a lot in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, I started breezing him his first 3/8 here, I mean, I've been on him a couple of times. And it's just the opportunity that I get, when I ride for George and Blair, they always give me the opportunity to get on their horses at the beginning, and I kind of have an idea what we got, what we don't, but I really had high hopes with him, and he's improving every time.
Congratulations. Well done. You're riding terrific. And, guys, Eric's 10th win of the meet, and I like to hear how hard he works in the morning because hard work rewarded is always a satisfying result.
I feel that. No truer statement can be said. And check out Eric Cancel's Instagram account. Post some really cool jockey cam footage of him working horses out of the gate in the morning. I really liked it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Get a good look at that. I love seeing that when it's not during the middle of a race.
Yes, they
It's my
stay
favorite
a little
time.
cleaner then. It's a little bit more easy to view, but still a really cool view from the back of a horse as we are just getting started here on the program. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We will bring you the entirety of the card, 2 through 9. The early pick 4 starts off in the race number 2, and then the 7th race is our co-featured allowance on the turf, mile and a 16th for the New York Breds. If you want to play along with us, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account and a new sign-up offer. You get that $25 free bet in the Belmont along with the $200 sign-up bonus when you use promo code Belmont25. Check out NairaBets.com for all the details. We have a feature race coming up tomorrow. It's actually the local prep for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby, in which we'll see 2 for Chad Brown and Risk Tolerance and White Palomino. We'll check out the rest of the field for the Pennine Ridge coming up tomorrow on the other side of this break.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the program, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. And as always, we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well.
And they're into the stretch, and Analyze It comes up to the neck of Catholic Boy and goes on by. Analyze It has taken the lead in mid-stretch here. Catholic Boy trying to hold second position on the inside, had to steady there, and it's a long way back to Untamed Domain in third. Analyze It comes down to the 16th pole. Catholic Boy comes at him on the outside. Catholic Boy's gonna beat him. Catholic Boy came up on the outside of Analyze It and ran him down to win the Pennine Ridge.
Catholic Boy in front, turning for home, Sarah, taken back, and goes to the outside of Analyze It to win the Pennine Ridge back in 2018. He would, of course, go on to win a Grade 1 on the dirt as well in that year's Travers.
We've all seen the commercial Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt for Catholic Boy, and this is a horse that you don't see that often, where a horse is in front, gets past, and is able to re-rally on either surface. It's indicative of their will to win, their tenacity, and their overall talent as well. And of course, we saw him go on to do big things following this race.
Looking forward to seeing his progeny on the racetrack, as yes, the ABR race of the week is the Grade 2 Pennine Ridge. As I said, a prep for the $750,000 Grade 1 Belmont Derby on July 6th. But Chad Brown, he'll be looking to win this race for the 4th time, as he does send out a duo in here. But standing in his way, of course, what kind of graded stakes would it be if we didn't have Charlie Appleby? He'll send out Legend of Time. Here's his last win. Sarah, this is going back to the Jumeirah Classic in Maidan, where this was a blowout performance. He would come back for his stateside debut in the American turf. Did not go so well.
It was a little disappointing as the favorite. All of these horses for these kind of connections, Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, the Europeans coming over, they tend to take significant money, but they also tend to win a lot of races, and he was a little bit disappointing. He was forward, the pace was coming apart in the late stages of this race, and he is one of those horses that can establish some tactical position early on in this race. We'll see where he ends up sitting and if he's able to defeat what might be an easier field.
Is he going to get better as the distances get longer, as this is a mile and an eighth? Pedigree would say so. We'll also find out more about risk tolerance. He only has one start coming into this great stake, Sarah.
And now obviously getting that class test as he steps up in here, but this was a professional effort on debut, and he does own the highest turf buyer in this field of an 83 for this debut victory. Now Coastal Long did come back and regress a bit in his next start. Black Diamond is a horse that Triple Espresso and White Palomino actually faced in their start at Gulfstream that we're going to take a look at, but can he take that step up? If so, he's going to be pretty dangerous in this spot.
Looked like he won with something left in the tank, as we'll take a look back at Triple Espresso's maiden victory. Now, this was his only win and only race on Lasix, as he gets a win over White Palomino, as you were saying, for Todd Pletcher. But White Palomino would come back after that at Keeneland and get the job done at a mile and 3/16.
And just having that victory going a little bit longer as well, and having that improvement from start one to his second start, that's always something you like to see, perfect trip or not, in his second start. But Triple Espresso is a horse there were clearly some high hopes for, with being stakes faced so early on in his career. Now having that victory back up into graded stakes waters.
And so often, too, it feels like. So we'll see if he can break through at this level finally. But tomorrow, per usual, we have the Saturday contest here at Belmont at the Big A. And you can enter in this live money handicapping contest every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before the third race post time on Saturday. This Saturday, visit NYRA.com/contest to learn more. And on tomorrow's program, we will have Monmouth. The crew will be there. Monmouth Park Racing all Memorial Weekend. It's a huge crowd there at the Jersey Shore. We'll check out the Cliffhanger Stakes and see what else they have on tap.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is, Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back. Amazing sand sculpture, by the way, at the Jersey Shore. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and we're brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. And yeah, we are going to have live racing coverage all weekend from the Jersey Shore. We'll have Lafitte, Rajiv, and Paul LaDuca there on the scene. I wish I could be a sand. Do you ever try to be a sand sculptor?
Not well.
I still get into making sandcastles.
I do enjoy making
sure.
sandcastles, yes. So does my dog.
I love it. Saturday, the $100,000 Cliffhanger Stakes on the turf. They'll also have Miss Liberty Stakes on Sunday and the Mr. Prospector Stakes on Monday, too. But, Sarah, let's take a look at this Cliffhanger Stakes as we will see a rematch from the Henry S. Clark down in Maryland as Data Man got the better of Forever Super for Mike Trombetta, Data Man for Graham Motion. Let's take a look back at this. It was a condensed field. There were only 5 runners, but I felt like there was some quality in there.
It was a decent field, even though it was a compact group. And the notes for Forever Super say blocked at the 8th, altered out. There was a little bit of traffic in there for him. But when you get yourself into traffic in a 5-horse field with 4 horses in contention at this point, you're supposed to do a little bit more running as the favorite. And you can see now that he's fully clear and still not able to run down Data Man or your second place finisher in English B, who was closer up to that pace.
It didn't necessarily seem like he was just going to explode at any point once he got clear. It was kind of more of a grinding workman type like effort. As we'll get back to live racing coverage here, Belmont at the Big A, taking a look at this, claiming 14 for the fillies and mares, 9-5 on the outside runner. First Class Cat looking to go back to back here for John Kimmel. We'll kick things off though with another one coming off the back of a win in number 1, Ghostly Girl.
Did get that victory last time out and now stepping up to the non-winners of 3 level.
Well, this is a new face in the mix, and she is 1 for 1 on a fast dirt track. Gav's Dream Girl was so much the best in that effort at Gulfstream.
She has a chance. She stumbled at the start last time, ran very well. Wouldn't count this one out.
Try it again. We'll turn back off of a layoff. Second off a layoff.
I do like this one cutting back in distance. Ran very well 2 starts ago.
How about Take Time to Dream? Huge effort last time. Goes first out for Carlos David.
Switching barns and stepping up to the non-winners of 3 level as well.
Here is Maggie, the equine version.
Your best friend.
I don't know about that.
I have trouble trusting this horse, more so than you.
Aw, I'm flattered. Wouldn't say
not much
though.
of a compliment.
Number 6, First Class Cat, your current 2-1 favorite.
I don't know what to do with this horse. The last race was decent, but not a ton of early speed, off avoided claim. Not really sure where this one fits from a class standpoint.
Let's take a look back at Gav's Dream Girl. As you mentioned, stumbled fairly significantly at the start, was last behind a slow pace Sarah, and would ultimately circle this field to get the win.
And not only do you upgrade horses that have closed into a slow pace with trouble at the start, but especially at Gulfstream Park, where making this long sustained run, going wide and passing horses that weren't really coming back to her, that's not something we see happen all that often at any level of racing, let alone a horse that did stumble out of the gate. And any minor inconvenience at this class level, I tend to upgrade those horses quite a bit with what they're able to do on the racetrack, and a repeat of this effort would make her very tough in here.
Do question the quality of the field, as that was a claiming 8, so does take a little bit of a step up here in class. Is entered for the waiver, though, not running for the $14,000 claiming tag. As on that replay, Mig, so we check in with you, she looked enormous. Is she as big as that up close and personal?
Gav's Dream Girl is a big girl, a lot of size, a lot of substance to her. A little bit troubling, the stumbling beginning. She's done that twice in a row, and if you go back and watch some of her other races, she tends to encounter a little bit of trouble at the start. A couple times she's been squeezed or pinched. And I think part of it is you know, it's usually one of two reasons. One, a horse doesn't stand, you know, very well in the gate. They're a little too antsy and moving around, and then they try to reset their feet on the fly, and they just don't get off as balanced as they should, or they're just not as strong behind. But looking at her and watching her warm up, I just wonder if it's not that she's just a little bit anxious in the gate and kind of causes her own problems. So I hope she gets away clean. She's a major player here. Spent her life running on synthetic up in Woodbine, and the last time her only start on the dirt, and that was a really big effort, and that effort would be very competitive here today. I think 9-2 is a generous price on her. The 4, Take Time to Dream, will absolutely be my pick. I can't get over how good this filly looks. I mean, she's just so dappled out, so healthy. She's starting to take money, coming down now to 9-2. And I just thought she was really interesting. I'm suspending a little bit of what I see on form for everybody else because I'm going completely with an appearance pick here with the 4, Take Time to Dream. The 5, you know, Maggie. Maggie looks great. The horse looks good, too. Warmed up nicely. It gets that back to a more appropriate level in over her head last time. And you get Flavien Prat for Ray Handel. And, you know, Flavien Prat taking the reins is always a positive as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, Flavien having a great meet here. Belmont at the Big A so far. I mean, just a you know, upper echelon rider no matter where he goes.
Absolutely, and just making the right decisions no matter what level of race he's riding, no matter what surface, really just so adaptable. And that's such a quality that's important really at any juncture of this game, no matter what the situation may be, but especially as a rider where you have seconds to make a decision and decide what it is that you're going to do. And over time, this is a horse that Flavien Prat overall looks like a jockey upgrade against some that she has had, but at the same time, when she's been at these lower levels, she hasn't really shown up either, so I just don't really know how much ability she really has.
Now, you went with number 2, Gav's Dream Girl, Richie going with the 4, Take Time to Dream, but the public, 8-5 on First Class Cat. What are the drawbacks from your perspective with her?
This is a horse that didn't really show much speed in that last start, was favored, off avoided claim, and now dropping down a little bit. And I don't love to see horses at short prices that are looking to go through their conditions back to back. So a horse that has that non-winners of 2, now stepping up to the non-winners of 3 for the first time. I just don't really love to take these horses at a super short price as they change class levels because look, this one is lightly raced in comparison to some of the others in this field, but at this level, no one is particularly trustworthy or necessarily worth 8-5 to me.
And is it a negative for the fact that she won last time for 25? And I know once you go through your conditions, when you step up to a non-3 for life, it can get a little bit more difficult, but she goes down to the $14,000 level off of the voided claim.
And I think you have to wonder why. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's just a matter of paperwork, but I think those are questions that are always important to be asking about where horses are spotted and what has led to those decisions to be made.
Richie going with Take Time to Dream, looking up stats for Carlos David. First off the claim, after winning their last, he's 11 for 37. So he does have good stats with this type of move, and she'll be turning back in distance. Talk a little bit about your selection, Gav's Dream Girl.
I was just impressed with what she overcame in that start on dirt at Gulfstream. extreme first start on that surface, and really just not a surface where you can make up a ton of ground. I really liked seeing what we did from her, even though she is hypothetically stepping up in class.
Let's see what we get. Can she go 2 for 2 on the dirt as she takes her place in line? This time around, though, for Chris Engelhardt off that trainer change. Manny Franco in the irons, but 7-5 on First Class Cat. Can she go back-to-back here for John Kimmel? Dylan Davis back in the pilot seat as we head up to our pilot for these calls. That's Chris Griffin.
Thank you, Maggie. There's First Class Cat who goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Gav's Dream Girl, the early trailer. Try It Again shows speed in between horses in the orange cap, but at the rail there's Ghostly Girl. Ghostly Girl is in front, is up by a full length as they line up towards the outside. It's Try It Again who's trying to keep up as Ghostly Girl is in hand and doing it easily so far. First Class Cat up on the far outside. They are tightly bunched in behind the leader, who's only a length in front of that second grouping. Here comes Gav's Dream Girl, is now a challenging second. In between horses, there comes Take Time to Dream. They try to sort themselves out as the leader slows it down, but they went 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. 4 wide, it's First Class Cat. Dylan Davis on the move. Now the rail is open, and here comes Gav's Dream Girl is going to shoot on through, and Gav's Dream Girl was off slowly, but is now in front as they are approaching the quarter pole. It's Ghostly Girl who's now all in here in second. First Class Cat is alone in third. Dropping back quickly was Take Time to Dream. Trying to make up ground from the back, that's Maggie, and Try It Again. They reach the top of the stretch. Can Gav's Dream Girl now put it away? Is just striding away here. Gav's Dream Girl is now 5 lengths in front, approaching that final furlong. The rest continue to chase. Ghostly Girl is now 5 lengths clear of the rest, but Gav's Dream Girl off slowly, but no doubt a runaway winner here this afternoon at 5-1. Geared down, Gav's Dream Girl, Manny Franco. They win it well. Ghostly Girl holds second, Try It Again, and First Class Cat in 1 minute 17 and 1.
Well, Sarah, hindsight is always 20/20, but 5-1 looks like the biggest overlay that we'll see on this program with the way that Gav's Dream Girl just took this second race.
And it's really rare that I'm saying wow about a $14,000 claiming race.
I agree with
but
you.
I was impressed. I mean, she didn't get out of the gate all that quickly. Those were some things that Richie touched on as being a possibility. One of those anxious types that seems to do this to herself. But what a decisive move by Manny Franco to stay inside and have fully clear running room, the space for maybe even 2 horses to go up the inside of Ghostly Girl and just draw away impressively from everyone else in this group. She looked like an 8-5 favorite, should have won.
I'm going to say this, and she might be antsy, but she might not. I often find that big horses like this, because when horses break, they need to rock back just a bit on their hind end to propel themselves out of the gate. And by looking at her, she looks enormous, right? So I don't think she has that room to do so. So therefore, she doesn't have that explosive, kick away from the stalls because she just literally does not have that much room. But she certainly takes room wherever she can get it once she's in stride, going up bravely along the inside, and Manny Franco guiding her to the best victory over number 1, Ghostly Girl, the beaten favorite at 7-5. As you said, First Class Cat settling for a distant 4th.
And I will say, Sammy Camacho is a rider that we have seen be very aggressive on this circuit with the limited opportunities that he has had. And if you told me that Ghostly Girl was going to be your pace setter in this race, that is something I would have lost a wager on. And he ends up finishing second. Being forward is good.
Exactly, and Sammy Camacho taking advantage of that, getting 16-1 shot Ghostly Girl in the exacta place. But we'll check in with Arad Ortiz. What can you say about him? Multiple Eclipse winner, leading rider across the nation. He looks to keep it rolling here in the Big Apple as he's back to ride Belmont at the Big A.
Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliori down here in the paddock at Aqueduct, or I should say Belmont at the Big A, and pleased to be joined by Manny Franco. And Manny, this was a rocking chair ride with Gab's Dream Girl. I guess the only kind of anxious moment was she didn't break particularly well.
Yeah, that was my main concern. I want to, you know, her to break good, but she didn't, you know, she didn't. She broke a step slow again, but a lot better than before. So I was pleased with my position. She just put me right behind the speed, and after that, by going to the 3/8 pole, I got the run inside, so I went for it, and I have a lot of horse late.
Manny, talk about like when you have a space in front of you and you go, I don't want to move too soon, but you have to take advantage because it might not stay there forever.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I did. I say, man, it's maybe a little earlier, but I'm going to go for it because my field is huge, too. I don't want to get her stopped, you know. I don't want to stop her momentum there. And after that, I was comfortable. When she made the lead, she kind of wait for horses a little bit, but I keeping in attention, and she opened up in the stretch.
Nice ride and a real nice filly, 2 for 2 on the dirt. Now, Manny, it's a hot day today. I mean, it's starting to feel like summertime. Now, I know you had a couple scratches, but still 5 mounts. How do you guys deal with the heat and stay hydrated and still make your weight?
Yeah, you know, like you say, you got to stay hydrated and just try to rest a little bit after the races and, you know, get fresh to the next one.
All right, well, I'll let you go so you can freshen up. I know you got some more mounts. Congratulations. And, guys, a really big mare that I think she found her home on the dirt.
Exactly, Richie. And at this level, look, I think it was, you know, telling Sarah that they ran her for the waiver. She was coming off a little bit of a layoff and going up in class. We'll see what this race returns as far as a figure, but she could do a starter allowance next.
Why not? I mean, they might as well see what they really have available to them on dirt because she absolutely demolished that field. And the next step might be something a little bit tougher.
Yeah, exciting. Horse 2 for 2 now on the dirt, Gab's Dream Girl. As we turn the page and take a look at race number 3, this one is a starter allowance going the 7 furlongs. And early on here in the wagering at 3-4, St. Benedict's Prep, who parted ways at the break with Kendrick Harmouche after stumbling quite significantly in her first start for the Linda Rice Barn.
And it makes sense that she is taking the current money that she is, a horse that was favored in her start 2 back at Keeneland, which was a win. Favored last time out when she unfortunately parted ways with her rider, as you said, but she's a likely winner of this race if she can keep Jose Lezcano aboard.
Yeah, her numbers, at least in her last 3 races, look significantly better than what she faces here. But the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-old sale just concluded, Sarah, in Timonium this past weekend for us, as we like to say, on Monday and Tuesday, and we saw a Bolt Dwaro filly going for $1.25 million was your sales topper, and several horses. I mean, yet again, for the 7th year in a row, they increased the mean and the average of this sale. So some quality horses going through the ring, and this one bought by Winchell Thoroughbreds.
And this one worked quickly, as well as the next horse that we'll be taking a look at, 10 flat. This one has some precocity in the pedigree on the dam side as well. A half to Howling Time and Air Recruit, both 1 at 2. So really looking to see what this one could possibly do, maybe up at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, for likely Steve Asmussen. Don't want to,
assume.
But more than likely. Let's talk a little bit about New York breds. Saw a lot of great New York breds at this sale, Sarah, and one that talking about my family, Tom Morley, and my 2 girls too. Grace really getting into taking her notes on these 2-year-olds in the catalog. But we looked at this filly, Matoli, out of Tiz Jet. She worked really well and galloped out huge too. She had an amazing walk. She would go for, I was a little surprised given she's by a not a freshman sire, Mitoli, but
one that has yet to
he's
prove
a newer,
something.
Exactly. Went for 325,000.
Yeah, the quick works are really what's telling about this horse. Worked in the same time as that sales topper, the 1.25 million Bolt Doro. So just a really rapid horse that seems ready to go, and maybe we'll see in some of those 2-year-old races coming up.
Yeah, looking forward to those 2-year-old races in Saratoga as always, and hopefully we get to see some too up at the spa for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. More to come though here as we kick off the middle pick 4, Belmont at the Big A. It's race number 3 coming up on the other side of this break.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Victorious in the Vanderbilt.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYBreds for more info.
Mo Donegal now makes his move on the outside. Here comes Mo Donegal up to challenge for the lead, and it is Mo Donegal, the Wood winner, who has taken over with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It's Mo Donegal in front. Nest has moved into second. Mo Donegal drifting out a bit, but in front and clear, and it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Mo Donegal in dramatic fashion here for Todd Pletcher, and who else but a Rod Ortiz Jr. in the irons as Irad. He's done pretty well, to say the least, Sarah, in the Belmont Stakes. This, of course, was his second win in the 3rd jewel of the Triple Crown.
You could say he's done pretty well in most things, but especially the Belmont Stakes. His record in terms of where he's been able to finish with most of his horses that he's had live mounts on, pretty incredible that he's been able to finish 4th or better with all of them except one over the years.
And he's only missed 2 editions, too. He didn't have a mount in 21 or 14. So, I mean, it's an incredible record that he has, and just an incredible record that he has as a whole, as you were alluding to. Just top of the class year in and year out. And Richie, as we bring you into the conversation, you have watched Irad since he began his career as an apprentice here in New York. What makes him so great?
There's such a confluence of things that make Irad Ortiz Jr. great. And, you know, I had him in the apprentice jockey program here at NYRA when I was working full-time for the New York Racing Association. And right away you could identify his desire, his unquenchable thirst to be good, to be the best. And I love everything I'm seeing from him. He's modified a few things. At times I've been critical of Irad, maybe trying too hard and, trying to race ride a little too much. And I'm seeing a more mature version over the last year from Irad. I've always been a huge fan of him and his ability, but I like this more thoughtful, you race ride when it's necessary and allow the horse to shine when you're on the best horse. And other thing I've really noticed recently, too, is from the physical aspect of it, his hand ride. He's dropping down more into his heels, and a rider's legs are their foundation. Everybody talks about upper body strength. Means nothing if you don't have the foundation, the leg strength. And he's really, the way he's hand riding, getting up underneath the horse, behind them, really helping them. Not just getting in a rhythm with them, but really kind of keeping that bit in their mouth and lifting them a bit. Very reminiscent of Angel Cordero Jr. to me is the benchmark, he and Lafitte Pink Eye, for hand rides. And I'm seeing Irad really take on that kind of persona as well. He's the complete package, but the desire is the #1 thing. It just never seems to wane with him.
He is relentless in his work ethic, in his competitiveness. Richie could not have said it better as Rod Ortiz Jr. Looking for yet another Belmont win. And you noticed a very good tie-in with this third race coming up.
Well, you got to get there a little bit sneakily.
I liked
St.
it.
Benedict's Prep, the horse that is favored in the upcoming race, her debut was against Prank, that really impressive 9.5 length romp winner. Who is the half to Mo Donegal?
There you go. This is why we have Sarah.
I mean, I didn't know that 5 minutes ago, but now I do. And it's our own little feature
Well,
angle.
you had asked where she ended up, and I knew there was something interesting about her, and that's exactly it.
That's it. We found it.
We got there eventually. Horses in the paddock for today's third race, kicking off that middle pick 4, 2 to 5 on St. Benedict's Prep. Here is her last race, where she finished with a rider at Keeneland, in which Linda Rice picked her up out of this victory.
And this was an impressive effort. I mean, she is the horse in this field that overall, when she has been able to actually finish up her races with someone on her back, she has faster numbers than the majority of the horses that she's facing in this field. And while she did finish ahead of another horse in here, just closing in for that victory, she's been favored in her last 2 starts. She figures to go off a short price in here, and she's not a horse on this card that I'm trying to beat.
You know, I find that you're very adept at figuring out when, because you don't often go with favorites, but when you do, they usually deliver. And
Thanks.
Is there some sort of formula, or is this just a case-by-case basis?
Case-by-case basis, for sure. I feel as though it's what you've seen from this particular horse, and if you can make that case for a viable alternative, I will always try to do so. But if I don't have that, and I think the favorite is so much so the horse to beat, I'm not going to waste anybody's time by saying, well, I could pick another horse just to be contrarian. I think this horse is likely to win. This horse is one that I singled in the early pick 5. That's where I would end up in this spot. 2 to 5, not that exciting, but at least we had 5 to 1 in the last race.
Yeah, that was, I mean, gift wrapped in shiny wrapping paper with a big old bow on it at 5 to 1 with the way that she won. As we'll begin things, though, with number 2 in here, Divine Cross off the claim for Oscar Barrera. Maybe she's first. I don't know what's happening. Oh,
she's thinking about it.
She is a little bit naughty, and they often take her out early before the rest of the horses.
Her race 2 back kind of puts her in the mix when she finished second. Her race last time out, not so much.
Here's Irish Jackson coming off the back of a win.
A victory last time out. We'll see how she does stepping back up in class.
May have been aided by the track. It seems like an inside-y track. As there is your favorite, number 3, St. Benedict's Prep.
If she keeps her rider on, she is a very likely winner of this race.
Here is La Grotte. She was second at a big price last time.
She ran well last time. This is a horse that's sort of been trying to find what level she ultimately fits in at. Kind of way too big of a price right now with Manny Franco looking to have the double.
And Roman Goddess in here for the Cantor Massey barn. She will pick up an apprentice rider.
We'll see what she does getting back to a fast surface where maybe she had some success last time out finishing third. Overall, needs to get a little bit faster.
And on the outside is a 3-year-old taking on some older company here in Controlled Temper. She's coming off the back of a win, also avoided claim.
And she ran well last time, and that was a career best effort for her. But when you look at that voided claim and the fact that she did it in closing style, you have to wonder where she really fits against older company in here and what kind of trip she's going to get.
Well, on today's program, you can earn a $10 bonus just by playing with your Naira Bets account. Bet at least $50 at Belmont at the Big A and select evening races. I mean, races at night, and earn that $10 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. Taking a look here at number 6, Controlled Temper is not controlling her temper and refusing to go off the right way with many ponies attached to her.
How many ponies is it going to take?
How many licks does it take to get to... No, I'm kidding. I don't like this. I don't like this.
No?
No, I don't particularly like this. And I haven't... Actually, I don't have any notes on her, so maybe that's a little bit unfair. She doesn't necessarily want to go anywhere, as we see our lead outrider, Miguel Gutierrez, taking a hold of her. There we go. Well, that wasn't that bad.
No. Just needed a moment.
Yeah,
as
she
we
needed
all
a
sometimes
moment.
do.
They may have named her very well. Here is her last win in this first start for the Joe Sharp barn. She was your favorite. She made this wide, sweeping, relentless rally to get the win by a neck.
She did, and over a horse, Snappin' Buttons, who did come back to run second again with slight improvement in her next start. And this was a horse that I was honestly a little bit surprised that she ended up going off as the favorite in this race. Snappin' Buttons was the one that took all of that money, but she also capitalized on a decent pace setup as well. And I just don't know if she's going to really get that same type of setup here today.
And weren't you a little bit disappointed, at least I was, with Snappin' Buttons' subsequent performance?
Yes. Low Society is a horse that seems to be improving at the right time, but seemed on paper a little bit of a cut below some of the other top contenders in that race. And Snappin' Buttons was one of those horses that really seemed to take a lot of money on debut and deliver. The waters might just be getting a little bit tougher now as she goes forward in those second place finishes in her last 2 starts.
And is now going forward with the outrider and lead pony attending to her. But for more on Controlled Temper, we check in with Richie.
Yeah, Maggie, not completely out of character for Controlled Temper. She can be a little quirky, bit of a handful. I think she took it a little bit to another level today. She did have to be saddled on the walk in the paddock, and the reasoning behind that, for people that don't know, is you keep a horse moving. Don't give him a chance to either rear up or freeze and potentially lose their balance and fall over. They did a real good job getting her saddled. But really, a lot of nifty horsemanship going on here as well. Was able to gallop off with one outrider and then was handed off at a full gallop to Miguel, our lead outrider, because she also has a tendency to drop her head and put her feet in the ground and freeze. And they were able to keep her going, in particular with that handoff. So I'm very impressed with everything I just saw. She is the only horse in this race that has not won at the 7 furlong distance, and I don't like the unnecessary waste of energy here. Another horse that was really quirky, and I just want to talk about it, not that I particularly like her in this spot, she's the longest shot in the field, is the 2 Divine Cross. She also is very difficult and a handful, but they left the halter on her in a lead shank when they handed her off to the pony. And personally, as I got older as a rider, I would not allow that. You take the halter off, allow me to have the reins. Your reins are your brakes and your steering. And I've got to put my trust in someone else holding onto a shank where I have absolutely no control whatsoever. It's not a position I would allow myself to be put in as I got older. As a younger rider, you have less to say about it because you don't have the same credibility. As I got older, no. Take that off and I'll deal with it. Of course, stay with the pony, but on a strap so at least both of us can handle a horse. I want my brakes and my steering. I don't want to be just a passenger. And the 3-horse, your favorite, who ultimately I landed on. I actually thought about picking Controlled Temper, just couldn't after the way she was behaving and the fact that she hasn't won at the 7 furlongs. St. Benedict's Prep. I don't know where St. Benedict's Prep is. I went to the Aqueduct Prep School. But she just looks like she makes a lot of sense. She did stumble at the break last time. It seems like a one-off with her, and that can happen to any horse, not like a habitual thing like we were talking about in the last race. I think St. Benedict's Prep just looks a bit too tough in this spot.
And she is your 3 to 5 favorite, St. Benedict's Prep. Maybe it's just a result, too, of several other horses not doing the right thing or just not looking that appealing. And St. Benedict's Prep just looks very, very tough to beat here.
When you have these starter allowance races, sometimes they can come up so tough for the level, and other times you can see a lot of horses making that step up in class off of victories at lower levels. And I think that's the case with what we're seeing here, which is also likely contributing to the fact that she is the short price that she is, because she's a horse that at least has some races that are A, faster, and B, at a level versus tougher horses, more so than a couple of others in this field. And while Legrot ran well in her last start, as well as Roman Goddess, they really are horses that are kind of stepping up in class relative to what St. Benedict's Prep has faced overall in her career.
Well, maybe you can find out some more stats on your favorite St. Benedict's Prep, as you can get the inside on handicapping with your NYRABets track stats. Just head on over to nyrabets.com and find out a lot more about these races when you do so. As we do see rider off, Dylan Davis off of number 6 in here, Controlled Temper. She's not handling life well right now.
I don't blame her. It's tough out there. It's a
hot.
hot day. It's basically our Monday. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it is our Monday. Looks as though they might actually load her without the rider on. Is that what I'm seeing here? Anyway, horses circling behind the gate here for this 7-furlong start. And Sarah, as we do kick off this middle pick 4, looking at the rest of the sequence as we also kick off the pick 6 in race number 4, any kind of big opinions throughout that sequence for you?
Overall, this is a sequence where she's feeling herself. I don't necessarily recommend starting off any sequence with a 1 to 2 favorite, especially when you have a 4-horse field coming up in the 4th race, as we are off the turf there, and a likely favorite, and heavily so, in the main track only entrant, Just Music. But I think the 5th race is pretty wide open. Leadership ability, potentially a shot to wire the field in there. Geopolitics will be a very heavy favorite in the 6th race. If you can beat her, you're likely to get paid. And then in the 7th race, that's a competitive field where we see Bee of Courage rematch with Sell Something. I like Let's Go Big Blue.
I think that's a very, very contentious race. I mean, you even got It's All Coming Together as well, who at times has run figures that make him a legitimate player in that field.
That's like a mini stakes race that
for
we
New
have.
York breds.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. Plenty of horses with lots of credentials coming into that spot and very evenly matched group. So that's one where I think if you have a bigger opinion at a better price and you go a little bit thinner in your ticket, that is the spot to be that zigzag of what everyone else is likely to do.
Any thoughts in the 9th race?
Oh, race 9.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Oh, let's see. I'll just flip some pages.
Well, there's some horses trying the turf for the first time. I don't know. Some turnbacks.
I think is Caldwell Loves Gold a secret MTO?
Could be.
That's a weird
Golden Sense
move.
is a good influence, but there is not much turf on the bottom side.
I kind of like the Morley horse in there, so Lib.
Yeah, so I just wish it was 7 furlongs.
Yeah.
I feel like Tom
6
has
a
so
little
many
sharp.
horses that they would be so great for 7 furlongs, like Summer and Adrienne, for instance. As we do see Controlled Temper, she is, I don't want to say losing it, but she's borderline losing it. She heads into line. Dylan Davis will have to climb aboard once she is in the gate, and we'll get it up to Chris Griffin for the call of this 3rd race, Belmont at the Big A.
All set. And they're off. Even beginning. Divine Cross has got speed. Now is going to take back as here's St. Benedict's Prep. In between horses 4 across the racetrack. Legrot is in that early mix. Out wider there on the far outside. Controlled Temper now with the head in front. St. Benedict's Prep. Mild pressure towards the inside is now a challenging second with Roman Goddess in that early mix as well. Legrot is at the back of that group of 4. They are 3 in front of Irish Jackson, second to last, and Divine Cross broke with the leaders, but is now the trailer 5 lengths at the back. 22 and 3. Controlled Temper is out in the center of the racetrack, has got 4 furlongs left to go, and now moves into the far turn and is sprinting clear. Controlled Temper is 6 lengths in front. The favorite St. Benedict's Prep at 1 to 2 is trying to cut back into the margin, is doing just that, and here comes a patient Jose Lezcano aboard St. Benedict's Prep is now closing in on the leader. Controlled temper and moving right towards the outside. St. Benedict's Prep is now looming up on that pace setter. Iris Jackson is now in the fold, and here comes Iris Jackson, only 2 off the lead. St. Benedict's Prep has easily taken the lead. Iris Jackson looks like the main danger as St. Benedict's Prep is trying to spurt away, approaching the final furlong. Iris Jackson continues to chase, but it's futile chase right now as St. Benedict's Prep just caught up with that leader, ran right on by, and inside the final 16th is much the best. St. Benedict's Prep is your winner. Iris Jackson will hold second over Roman Goddess and Divine Cross in 1 minute 22 and 4.
Left lead for most of the stretch obviously didn't matter. St. Benedict's Prep proves to be much the best as Jose Lezcano takes over for Linda Rice.
Look, when you pick a 2 to 5 because you can't make that case for a better alternative, that's the kind of victory that you want to see. Just that open lanes demolition of a field, because she really always looked like she had plenty of horse to go right on by Controlled Temper, who we were saying Dylan Davis probably did the right thing by not fighting with her anymore. A horse that was a little bit worked up prior to the race, just let her go, see what happens, get her home safely. But she faded in the stretch. All that energy had been expended, and 1 to 2 looked like a gift in the end.
Yeah, this was your free square if you were getting through that pick 4 sequence. Too bad it couldn't, well, you'll get another likely free square in the 4th race coming up to kick off the pick 6 here. Belmont at the Big A. Unofficially, it is 3-1-5-2 here in this 3rd race. And, you know, sometimes I feel like when they're winning by this much, they just kind of forget. They just to switch leads, you know what I mean? They don't have to find another gear, so they just will stay on that inside lead. She switches after the wire.
And when I see a horse opening up by that much and just having that forward momentum, it's less of a bother to me as someone who's trying to think about, maybe I want this horse next time. As long as she's going forward, stop wasting time with the lead chains, just go.
Roman Goddess gets up for 3rd over Divine Cross, so maybe creating a little bit of value there underneath. Well, we caught up with Acacia Clement earlier in the program. She'll continue to bring us updates from likely Belmont contenders as we will next check in with 2-year-old champion Fierceness, the well-beaten favorite in this year's Kentucky Derby. We'll see if he can get back on track for his Hall of Fame conditioner, and Todd Pletcher.
They're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3/4 in 1:12-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Welcome back to the program here on Fox Sports 2. It's America's Day at the Races, and we're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account today. Popular winner in today's third race, St. Benedict's Prep, goes off at 1-2 and wins accordingly. Guided to victory by Jose Lescano. Linda Rice, she was your winning conditioner as she returns 3-10 for the win over Iris Jackson and Roman Goddess. As Richard Migliori, he's standing by with Linda now.
Thanks, Maggie. Linda, St. Benedict's Prep, you claimed her for 80,000 2 starts back. That's a big number to step in to claim a horse for, but you must have really liked her, and she does have a really good female family at Claiborne Farm breeding.
Yeah, Richie, and that's a lot of the reason that I took her. I actually lost a $50,000 shake on her last October. I think it was a 2-way shake, and I was very disappointed to have lost the shake that day. And then when she was in for 80, I thought, well, I know that's, we're paying up for her. But I really liked the family. It's a nice Claiborne family, a good female family, Warfront mare. And I thought, well, maybe we can turn her into something.
Now, she went off as an overwhelming favorite last time, unfortunately stumbled at the break. So you were probably expecting this kind of effort from her last time.
We were. It was disappointing last time, and nothing Kendrick did. I mean, she just stumbled pretty badly, skinned up her knees, had a little road rash on her knees, and but she's a nice filly, and she was, well meant here.
Linda, the thing that's been most impressive, obviously you win races in bunches, but your consistency. It doesn't seem like there's ever a lull. You always kind of are able to refuel, if you will, for the next meeting, right? How is that possible?
Well, that's interesting because last year was a terrific year, actually our best year. And every time we came to the end of the winter meet and end of the spring meet, I thought, all right, well, we've used up most of our bullets here. We're going to struggle at this next meet a little bit. But the Belmont meet was tremendous. And then we went on to Saratoga. And I jokingly told Keith Dalshan, the racing secretary, I said, look, we're just going to lay back. We're going to enjoy ourselves, enjoy the meet, and take a little rest. And next thing you know, we were fighting for the title. So you just don't know how it's going to turn out. But it's been a great couple years.
Well, and a lot of hard work to make that happen. It doesn't happen by accident.
Oh, no, it doesn't. I mean, I've got a big team, and I mean, they're working 7 days a week. It's a tremendous group effort is what it is. But fortunately, it's worked out pretty well for us.
Well done. Congratulations here. And guys, reach in, get a nice filly with pedigree as well as ability, and there's your result.
Yeah, exactly. You always have that residual value, especially when you go in for fillies and mares, Sarah.
Right, and Linda Rice has been so sharp with who she's claimed and where she's been able to spot her horses. And you and I were both there for that event where she was closing in on trainer Chad Brown in dramatic fashion with the last race, getting that victory. Yep. It was an exciting moment for her, and that's what happens when you think you're out of ammunition. Something's left in the tank.
I mean, she's just been incredible. Meet title after meet title for nearly the past 2 years as she picks up another win and could be well on her way to yet another victory on this card today, as she'll send out the lone MTO in this off the turf event in number 9, Just Music. Now, to be fair though, Just Music is 0 for 9 coming in here with a lot of runner-up places.
If today is not the day for Just Music, I do not know when that day is going to be.
Very true. 7-5 currently, and you're dealing with, some other horses that just don't stack up quite as well when you're dealing with dirt form. But as we head up and get closer to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up at the Spa, Saratoga Springs for the first time to host this historic event. Make sure you get your tickets right now, as Thursday will be Belmont Gold Cup Day. Very exciting, as that is basically a win in your in, if you will, for the Melbourne Cup, the Astoria Tremont, both of those for 2-year-olds, and the Jersey Girl. And then look at the litany of Grade 1 races we have on Saturday. Of course, the Stallion Making Met Mile, the Manhattan, the Ogden Fitz, the Jaipur, the Woody Stevens. And the list goes on, and all highlighted and crowned by the third jewel of that Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes. As we check back in with our lady on the scene, Acacia Clement, she's bringing us all the updates. And for more on the 2-year-old champ looking to make good on that beaten favoritism in the Kentucky Derby, she talks fierceness.
Happy to be joined by trainer Todd Pletcher, who had a busy morning of Belmont Stakes preparations this morning. Todd, let's start with today at Saratoga. We saw fierceness working in company with Mindframe. What did you see from the two of them?
I thought it was an excellent breeze from both horses, as we would expect. Both very talented colts, but cooperative. Thought it was a well-executed breeze, and we were very pleased with it.
Fierceness, coming out of the Kentucky Derby, what have you seen from him since then, and how do you think he's bounced back with a horse that obviously has a ton of talent?
Yeah, I think the Derby initially took a little toll on him. He, when he first shipped back to Saratoga, I thought he'd lost a little bit of weight, so that's why we waited until today for his first breeze, and I think he's starting to come our way now. He's putting back on his weight, his coat's getting better, and so I'm happy with with the couple of weeks that he's had.
What do you think the game plan will be for him between now and the Belmont Stakes?
He'll have one more breeze, probably either next Friday or Saturday, and do some standing at the gate and maybe a little paddock schooling after that. Things, normal preparation.
And down at Belmont Park, you had the Peter Pan winner Antiquarian working this morning as well. What's the word on him?
Word was an outstanding work. Went 48 and change, did it well in hand, super gallop out. He too is a very talented colt, always works well, and that's what he did this morning.
It does seem that distance really is his friend.
I think so. I mean, we've always, we were hoping to get him stretched out in the Peter Pan, and we felt like the 1 1/8 would suit him very well, and it certainly did. And I think even more ground is okay for him.
With the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga this year, obviously a place that you always come early, setting up here, training horses here. How exciting is it to see this new Belmont Stakes?
Yeah, I think it's great. It's obviously great for the Saratoga community, and it's going to be interesting to have a festival at Saratoga in June. Personally, I'll miss the Belmont at Belmont a little bit, and I always love the the 1.5 mile aspect of it. But this is a pretty good consolation.
Absolutely. Well, Todd, thanks for your time. Best of luck in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
All right, a lot to look forward to for Todd Pletcher. Sarah, a fierceness at completing that half-mile workout with Mindframe in 50 flat. As Todd said, maybe the Derby taking a bit of a toll on him. I don't know about you personally. I've never been his biggest fan.
He has that one race on, one race off kind of thing going right now. But as far as his favoritism in the Kentucky Derby, if he was going to run his Florida Derby, he was going to win. But if he was going to run some of his other races, he was going to run exactly like he did in the Derby. We'll see how he rebounds coming into the race. Of course, Todd Pletcher can get horses ready for big races, especially the Belmont Stakes.
If anything, I think Antiquarian, who will be a far bigger price, is his interesting horse, as this is that blowout performance you were mentioning in the Grade 1 Florida Derby.
This is the good fierceness. This is a horse that we know when he has things go his own way, when he establishes that lone lead, he can do spectacular things. Obviously, the talent is there, but when you have those bigger tests coming up against tougher competition, big fields, different types of circumstances, this is not exactly the horse that we see. And at a short price, he's one that I'll always be willing to bet against when you just haven't seen him overcome adversity as of yet.
Yeah, that's the problem with him. And we saw embroiled in a fast pace in the Kentucky Derby. Had an unencumbered trip, but really no answer in the latter stages. So cannot wait for this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up in Saratoga. The 156th running of it will be on Fox. That's right, Big Fox. So you can catch all the action there, and of course, coverage throughout the weekend on FS1 and FS2. The whole crew will be up in Saratoga Springs. We hope you are too. As we have more to come, though, in today's card here on America's Day at the Races, Flavien Prat. Though he scratched out of this upcoming race, he's usually finding himself in the winner's circle, riding any race, any condition with the utmost ability. More on him after this break.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast last spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Here, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. and then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
To know Flavien Prat is to like him. Just an all-around good horseman, really cerebral type of rider. As you're checking out his stats, I mean, he's hitting at a high percentage here this year, as well as at Belmont at the Big A. He has 2 more mounts here on the card. Upset chance in the 7th with Sell Something, and one of the favorites in the last with Moonage Daydream for a trainer that he has had success with in Jorge Abreu.
Absolutely, and of course, we're not even mentioning one of his most prolific, well-known mounts as of yet, Flightline. He was able to really...
Oh my gosh, yes. I feel like horses with that, you often forget the rider because they're so brilliant.
So spectacular.
I mean, they just need somebody to sit up there and guide them.
Yes, absolutely.
No offense to Flavien.
Well, he did a good job.
But he did a great job hanging on. Race number 4 is hitting the track as we kick things off with number 4, Past Tense. Has only been on the dirt 1 time before.
You could maybe argue that this is an improved horse overall, but that first dirt race doesn't really give you much to go on coming into this spot.
Number 5 at 2-1 is Jitterbug, going from synthetic to dirt in her second start.
We'll see if this one can take to the surface change and maybe can have some forward position because there is not much speed signed on in this race.
As she is a daughter of Justify, and I thought a little bit more of a dirt pedigree as you're taking a second look here at Jitterbug. I wonder what that feels. She just did not show much in that debut race on the synthetic. I did think she looked a bit green as number 7, Wake Up Lauren. Her dirt races seem slow, Sarah.
Precisely, and while she does have some of that quote-unquote dirt form coming into this race, more so than the other 2 contenders who are inside, it's not good dirt form.
After 5 second-place finishes and 9 starts, will Just Music just break through?
Well, let's see if today's the day. I will say, at least for her, she has only gone off as the favorite once in any of those starts, and one of them, a race where she wasn't favored, was an off-the-turf race. She finished second in there in just her second start. We'll see if she can finally get the job done today.
All right, Linda Rice looking to go back-to-back. If you want to play this race or any other race on our program or any race in the world, use your Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, use promo code Belmont25 and get that free $25 win bet in the Belmont on top of your $200 deposit match bonus. As we will head downstairs and check in with Richie. Even Money Mig on number 9, Just Music. Is it warranted?
She's going to be very tough to beat. I have no false illusions about that. I'm going to take a little bit of a flyer against her with the 4, Past Tense, who did only run once, first time out on the dirt. More of a dirt pedigree, certainly being by Ghost Sapper. And looking at it from a physical perspective, it wasn't an overwhelming turf physique, if you will. You know, she does have a little bit of that turfy foot, but not as big and flat, not as like that big dinner plate feet that we like to talk about, Maggie. I just thought she might be interesting. I don't think we've seen the depth of her on the dirt off of that one dirt start, and I do think she'll stay the 1.25 miles quite easily. The 7, Wake Up Lauren, let's more talk about the rider on Wake Up Lauren, and that's Lanfranco Dettori. Frankie was in town. Ron Anderson also has Johnny Velasquez's book. He's also Frankie's agent. He called him. He said, hey, do you want to ride Wesley Ward's horse in the first race? I got to send Johnny someplace else. So he came in. That horse was in with 118 pounds. He took a run on the turf course in a plastic suit, lost weight, came back in. They said, oh, that horse scratched. So he drank a big bottle of water, put all that water weight back on, and they said, hey, but you want to ride this horse in the 4th race who gets in with 118 pounds. So he had to go and lose the weight all over again. That's a jockey's lot in life, but not every day you're going to see Lanfranco Dettori, one of the world's greatest riders, on a Friday at the Big A, or the Belmont at the Big A, I should say. And then the 9, Just Music. Listen, she's logical. She's, deserving favorite. She's going to be very tough to beat. I just wonder if the 1.25 miles is going to stretch her to her outer limits. And you know what I say, though, Maggie? Any horse can go any distance if you give them enough time to do it, and this just might be the right group.
Just like us, which I will definitely do it the slowest. As Just Music, heavy favorite in here, getting a nice warm-up with the pony, with Jose Lescano aboard. And what do you think, Sarah? This is a filly who led the way for the first half of the race, going a mile. Now she's going to stretch out to 1.25 miles. Does he just take no prisoners and go to the front end?
I think that that might be the plan of attack, because this is a horse that should win this race. Kind of like St. Benedict's Prep in the last race for the same connections. Horse that just overlays everybody else from what we've seen so far on paper. And this was actually a race where I thought that she ran very well to finish second against males, and it was actually her best number when she did so 2 starts ago at the 1 1/8 distance. So perhaps getting a little bit more ground to work with ends up aiding her. I'm hopeful that Joel Rosario is aggressive with Jitterbug, and I want the horse that might be able to get to the front first, but Just Music, a very likely winner of this race.
Why do you think Jitterbug is going to outgun her to the lead?
Intention and possibly switching over to the dirt for the first time. I don't really see it on what we've seen from her so far. I'm hoping for a change of tactics because it didn't really work out first time on the synthetic. But as far as horses that I think could handle the distance, she is a little bit of a question mark. It's more of a sprinty miler kind of pedigree on the dam side.
Yeah, I mean, but it is more of a dirt pedigree.
Yes.
You know, I kind of was like, why are they trying the turf with this one? As there was only 1 winner in 9 to try the turf from the family. So what, I mean, I don't mean to hark on this, and you could be totally right, but she's getting sharp behind the gate. How is she going to beat the outside horse?
I don't know. Sometimes I make up these scenarios of like what I would like to happen in races.
And I mean, it's manifest destiny, right?
Sure. I mean, Mystic Dan didn't go to the front in the Preakness, but maybe he should have, and things would have been a little bit different.
Maybe several should have gone to the front like the winner did. But anyway, I'm more than happy for Jamie Torres to get the win there in that second jewel of the Triple Crown. First classic win for very talented rider, I think, and an even better person.
And such a smart, aggressive ride as well. Horse that really seems to be peaking at the right time and moving up in class successfully, and got a fairly comfortable lead in that race as well. Mystic Dan always had that forward position, but just not enough to run him down in that Preakness.
He looked to be getting the same trip as the Derby, but it was just much slower fractions.
Correct, and less horses ahead of him.
Exactly.
And Imagination was really getting out, I thought.
I don't know what...
I don't think he's that good, but
he's not. But it just seems strange. I was like, what is happening with this horse? Because I don't know. I mean, Frankie's has a lot of finesse, so he may have been getting out, but it didn't look like he was getting out. You know what I mean? There was no body language that said so.
And you just really saw his position on the racetrack going so wide, but not anything that was being done to sort of prevent that, as you're saying, from his rider. And
exactly.
If you thought that you were having an inconvenient morning, talk about Frankie Dettori.
Woof. For that story that Richie just said, I mean, God bless him.
Sentimental win for...
This is somebody who has threatened to retire, for the past 3 or 4 years? But yet here
maybe
he
after
is.
This morning. It's finally over.
I've had enough. I have pulled water weight for the last time. But just to be here on a Friday, Belmont at the Big A, I think, really speaks of someone who just loves their craft.
Absolutely. I mean, we have seen Frankie Dettori on the biggest of big stages, riding some of the world's best racehorses in all types of situations. And yet here he is on a Friday, Belmont at the Big A, willing to put in the work to not only make weight once, but twice for an off-the-turf race with 4 horses. I mean, this is the dedication that we always talk about in terms of these riders really being ones that put so much into the work that they do at all levels. And that's what creates the successful rider that builds him up to the kind of success that he has had throughout his career.
I think one of my most favorite interviews / the one I was most excited about was to get Frankie Dettori coming back to Aqueduct, I think for the first time in a really long, maybe 20 or 30 years, when he won in the Jockey Club Oaks.
Were you on horseback for
that? No, this was actually before the race. I wasn't on horseback that day. But I talked to him before the race, and somebody got a picture of me, and the smile is and he's kind of looking at me like, Is she for real?
Celebrity.
Why is she so excited? Anyway, Frankie Dettori, he's going to be aboard number 7. Wake Up Lauren for Mike Maker, and they're off. Chris Griffin has a call.
Bobbled the break there for Jitterbug will be the early trailer. Just Music right to the front, and the 3 to 5 favorite will assert. And there's Wake Up Lauren moving up alongside, is going to stalk the pacer now as they start to back off the tempo. But Wake Up Lauren might want to push it now, and up on the outside, here's Wake Up Lauren to challenge Just Music for that early lead. And it will be Wake Up Lauren who will take him into that first turn, as well off the rail. And now Frankie Dettori is going to cross over, get over to the rail with Wake Up Lauren, is going to push the tempo early, is up by a length and a half, call it 2. Just Music is content to sit now in second. In behind that is traveling up there past tenths. The trailer after the start, Jitterbug. It's about 10 lengths the trailer as they work to the backstretch. 24.32 for the opening quarter mile. Wake Up Lauren has the lead, is up by 2. Just Music, Jose Lescano moves into the 2 path as they went 48 and 3 for the half mile time. Past tenths and Kendra Carmouche, they're comfortable enough, 3 lengths off the leader. Wake Up Lauren still now just cruising along and still far back. Joel Rosario and Jitterbug, the trailer, now 12 lengths at the back end of the field. They continue to work up the backstretch and approaching a half mile left to go. Wake Up Lauren is the target. It's Wake Up Lauren. Has 4 furlongs left to travel with Just Music now coming back for more towards the outside, and Just Music is within a half length of the leader. Wake Up Lauren and Just Music 1-2. Quick look back from Lescano, is confident enough in the 2 path. Now being encouraged to move forward as past tenths, is tipping towards the outside. Jitterbug starts to warm up to the task as well. Wake Up Lauren is now fully engaged to the inside, is all in as Just Music has run right on by. They reach the top of the stretch, and Just Music is now turned for home, and Just Music is trying to sprint away. Jitterbug is making up big ground from far, far out of it. It is still Just Music in front. Past tenths is controlling second. Jitterbug has that late rally, but running out of time. Just Music's almost there, has not put it away yet. Inside the final 16th, Just Music. Past tenths, Jitterbug, Just Music does enough. It's Just Music wins it over past tenths, Jitterbug, and Wake Up Lauren. Final running time, 2 minute 5.48 seconds.
3 to 5 shot delivers here as Just Music breaks through and starts at number 10, holding off the late charges from number 4, past tenths, and number 5, Jitterbug.
And Jitterbug is a horse that I was completely wrong about where she was going to be positioned early in this race, obviously. But when you have those horses making the surface switch over to dirt for the first time, or horses that are meant for another surface, you don't often see them have a kick when you actually get into the stretch. And she was making up significant ground, but as we saw here, just kind of stalled out and did not have that final oomph to really go by for anything better than third.
Yeah, it feels like she ran an improved race from her first, but it also feels like Christophe Clement knew what he was doing when entering her for the turf, because you could see some higher knee action that kind of spoke to maybe being able to display more of a kick if on the turf.
Absolutely, and she did make that run. Maybe next time one worth considering, but Just Music finally gets that elusive first victory. And look, this was a field that on paper it looked like she was going to be very tough to play against.
Linda Rice and Jose Lescano team up again for back-to-back wins here to kick off the pick 6. Seems like an easy one to get the sequence going, as Just Music, daughter of Audible out of the Tisnow mare Nicole's Lucky Charm, Linda Rice, owner and trainer on this one, as we will bring you official prices and reactions on the other side of this break. And we'll also talk about your Preakness winner and the legendary ageless Hall of Famer Dwayne Lucas getting another Preakness and classic victory with Seize the Gray.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2. As I'm Maggie Wolfendale, along with Sarah El Badwi, Richard Migliori on the program. So far here today, as we saw a popular victory for Just Music, your favorite, and the lone main track only entrant in this off the turf. Fourth race, she gets her picture taken for the first time here as, look, she was facing some turf horses on top of it.
She finally found a field that was just inferior to the level that she was at and what she had done on the dirt so far on this surface. And while there was maybe a moment of excitement with another horse going to the lead early on and Wake Up Lauren, that one faded pretty significantly in the stretch, and she had just enough to get that first victory.
We will turn the page, but I'm sure a lot of people still alive in the pick six so far. Just Music returns 340 for the win as Linda Rice and Jose Lascano get their second win on the card. And this one contested over the 1.25 mile distance. As this one not. This is a mile. Coming up next in race number 5. It is a claiming 16 and early wagering. Lukewarm favorite is number 1, Mucho Macho Mia. She's coming second off of a layoff and stretching back out in distance. And of course, she's short price because Rod Ortiz Jr. in the irons. Well, as I mentioned, 1.25 miles, that will be the distance of this year's Belmont Stakes. And looking to complete it, well, was the winner of the Preakness. That was Seize the Gray. He took this field in gate-to-wire fashion, and watch the intent from rider Jamie Torres.
And this is a horse that some expected to be on the early lead without a ton of confirmed pace. With the scratch of Muth out of the Preakness and Imagination towards the outside, some thought would end up getting the lead, but this is a horse that seemed to be getting out a little bit, as we touched on earlier. Seize the Gray, though, went right over to that rail, saved ground, and able to establish that early forward position. Imagination, a brief challenge, but it was extremely brief at that.
You know, as you said, Imagination probably not that good, but also he just didn't look comfortable. He was on his wrong lead. He looked to be kind of slapping the ground a bit in over that muddy sealed surface at Pimlico, but relishing it certainly was Seize the Gray here as he took them into the stretch on the front end. We would see Mystic Dan riding the rail the entire way with Brian Hernandez aboard, tipped out, but was never able to get by the winner.
No, and we have a situation where this was a similar trip to what he had in the Kentucky Derby, but less horses ahead of him and a slower pace overall, less distance to cover. I thought Catching Freedom ran a great race, finishing in third, and here was really the only horse to make up significant ground. So he ran fourth in that Kentucky Derby, able to get a little bit closer to Mystic Dan in that Preakness, but Seize the Gray looking to have back-to-back Belmont Stakes winners by Arrowgate, as Arcangelo won for his sire last year.
Exactly. And all three of those top finishers competing on Kentucky Derby Day, of course. Seize the Gray winning the Pat Day Mile, and it looks as though we will see him contesting in the third leg of the Triple Crown too. And I mean, you're never short on sound bites from legendary Hall of Famer D. Wayne Lucas. He gave us some good ones, as always, and he also talks about the relationship that he has with rider Jamie Torres.
He's a really intelligent, smart, articulate young man. When we decided to go back with him here, he had already won on this horse, and I thought that of all the people that I could probably choose, and there were 5 or 6 that wanted to ride this horse in the Preakness, that made a phone call. Of all of them, I thought that he would be the most manageable from my standpoint, that I could get him to do what I wanted to do. He rode just exactly like I told him to ride. I said, if you inherit the lead, take it, but don't try to get it. Just take it if it comes your way. I'm coaching him every day. I'm going to keep him right focused and right on the page. I was really surprised how well he rebounded, really. Even right after the race, standing in the winner's circle, I thought, my gosh, he's not even showing any stress or anything. And the next morning, you wouldn't have thought he even ran. So I was really, really pleased. Very seldom do you get one that bounces back that quickly, but he's been back to his old self, galloping well and everything. I feel good about him. The thing with Seize the Gray, he doesn't need that pace. not a bit. He will rate very kindly. If you watch the Pat Day Mile, he rated very kindly. And so if somebody wants to go in the Belmont, we'll let them go. What we're going to do is run our race. We're not worried about who wants to lead, who doesn't want to lead, who thinks they can come from back, whatever. This horse is very manageable, and we'll just run our race. That's all we'll do. But I'm looking forward to running into Belmont. He is going to, I think, approach the Belmont in top form. From a trainer standpoint, I think that his best race is coming up. I thought the Pat Day Mile was a turning point. I thought the Preakness was a step in the right direction. I think that he's going to go into Belmont in the form that I'd like to feel like I can win it.
And Seize the Gray, no stranger, Richie, to Saratoga. That's a place where he broke his maiden in dramatic fashion last summer. But talk a little bit about what you think Seize the Gray will do in the upcoming Belmont Stakes, and also the progression from rider Jamie Torres.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that they're going to change tactics. Despite what Wayne says there, I think that he's shown that he has a high cruising speed and he's able to stay. And the Preakness underscored the fact that speed is always dangerous. Well, why would you change it? Now, he might have rated very kindly in the Pat Day Mile. They also went a half in 44 and change. A little bit different pace scenario than you're going to see in the upcoming Belmont Stakes and that you saw in the Preakness Stakes. And Jamie Torres is a terrifically talented young rider. Great to see him get this opportunity. 88-year-old Wayne Lukas getting another Preakness winner, 44 years from the day that he won his first Preakness with Codex in 1980. So you had an 88-year-old trainer putting a 25-year-old rider on his very first classic winner, first classic mount, and getting his first Grade 1 in the Preakness Stakes. Kind of reminiscent. Wayne Lukas did the same for Gary Stevens with Winning Colors many years ago, although Gary had already had some Triple Crown experience. I just think it's a fabulous story. I think it's a very satisfying result. Wayne is a legend, and he just continues to add to his legend. Amazing, very happy for him. I loved talking to him this winter when I went to Oaklawn, and you can always glean some really, these nuggets of wisdom from him, things that maybe you hadn't thought of it a certain way, and he says it, and he is called a coach for a reason, and I feel like he's still coaching me, and I get better at doing this because of people like him and the information they provide. But I think it was a great result, and I'm really looking forward to the Belmont Stakes having D. Wayne Lukas involved.
You and me both, Richie, as I am praying, Sarah, that by the time I'm 88 years old, I am still that mentally sharp. I mean, he's sharper than I am now. So he's just amazing what Wayne has been able to accomplish. You think about winning your first Preakness in 1980 and what he has done in the interim. And Jamie Torres, look, I remember last summer, Wayne actually cornered me and talked to me about Jamie Torres and how much talent he thought he would have. And then Jamie saying to me the last day of Saratoga, I'm going to go to Kentucky because Mr. Lukas really wants me to come with him. I said, that was a bad idea. Turns out I was wrong. I just kind of selfishly wanted Jamie to stay here in New York.
Riding for the Morley Barn,
yes,
perhaps?
He still does. He still does. When he's here, when we're at the fairgrounds or in Kentucky.
Yeah, and obviously a big win for him. Those are the kinds of victories that really propel you to the main stage as a rider. And for D. Wayne Lukas to have the success that he has over the past couple of years with that revival, and especially yet another Arrogate, Secret Oath was one as well, who won the Kentucky Oaks for him a couple years back. It's really just incredible what he's been able to do as of late after such a remarkable past time that he was so prolific in the game, all the tutelage that he has with all of those that are now trainers on their own that have really progressed, and the coach is aptly named.
That he is, and in this day and age, it is so tough to stay relevant and successful, and he has managed to do so with aplomb as the 156th running of the Belmont Stakes. You can catch it on Fox up at the Spa. You'll see Seize the Gray, Fierceness, Antiquarian, many others heading towards the third jewel of the Triple Crown, including Door Knock as well. That's him up in Danny Gargan's barn in Saratoga. We'll hear more about him from Acacia Clement after this break.
into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on the program. We may just have Belmont at the Big Egg today, but tomorrow it's back to the Jersey Shore as live racing coverage continues on America's Day at the Races from Monmouth Park. We will have the whole crew down there, Sarah, including Lafitte Pinkai III, Rajiv Mirage, and Paul LaDuca, as we'll check in with the Sunday feature. It is the Miss Liberty Stakes. And we will be on the turf course for 3-year-old fillies and upward. So we'll take a look at tax implications. Yes, I have to double check my rundown there in a moment. But first we'll check in with Alpha Bella. Oh, see, Evan, our producer, he was on the fly, fixing it for me. But here is tax implications in her last race, an allowance race where she was much the best.
She ended up finishing second in here to Rombeek, but
sorry,
she was forward.
second best.
Well, maybe you could argue that she was much the best. She was more forward and attending a pace that was coming apart in the very late stages of this race. But this was her first time facing older company, and I know her numbers improved as she got older over her 3-year-old season. Even with this return to the races, kind of wonder if she was just a precocious 2-year-old, though, in terms of what she's been able to do on the racetrack.
And maybe we'll get an inclination of where she fits on Sunday, because the horse who finished third in that race, Spooky Lady, coming back and running in our 9th. But let's check in with one coming off the back of a win, off the back of a graded stakes win in number 5, Alpha Bella. She beat R. Callie Kim in this race, in which we've seen R. Callie Kim and what she's been able to do, at least for the past, 9 months virtually. So I think she's coming off of a big effort here.
She is. I kind of wonder if she's one of those horses that prefers those longer distances, and
also
now
true.
is going to have to handle that cutback to the 1.16 miles, because that 1.5 mile victory last time out, that was her best race overall. Another one of her victories, a 1.125 mile match race off the turf at Saratoga. So I wonder if maybe she wants a little bit more ground to work with.
She very well could, as she'll turn back on Sunday. Looking forward to that feature on the day before Memorial Day at Monmouth Park. Such a huge weekend down there. Have you been to Monmouth?
No, not yet, but I have plans to go.
Gotta get you down there.
I have plans to go the 21st of June.
Okay.
In fact.
All right. I'm heading there the following weekend, the 1st and 2nd, before the pilgrimage up to Saratoga. for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. But the 5th race coming up next here with live coverage continuing. It is a claiming 16 non-2 life, going the mile distance, and Mucho Mama Mia, she is your favorite. She was well beaten, but she was a big price in that starter allowance, going 6.5. And don't you think she just wants the distance?
She wants the distance, and I think she wants a class level more similar to this, relative to the kind of field that she faced in that last start, where she was a gigantic price and really just overmatched on paper and out on the racetrack as well. She is one of those horses that is taking some of that Irad Ortiz Jr. money. He's ridden her to a victory before, but ultimately we'll see what we get from her. And I don't necessarily think at favoritism she's a horse that's one that you like so much on paper that you're willing to take at a short price.
Well, she'll also face a horse that is currently 9-2 that does get Joel Rosario aboard in number 6, Jay's Love. We'll go back to her maiden breaking score, which was in the slot back on March 2nd. This is the only race, though, Sarah, in 5 starts so far that make her any sort of a player. Sorry, some technical issues with that replay.
And a situation where when you have that big jump up in figures in terms of getting on a sloppy sealed track for the first time, I just don't really know how good she is here.
Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. You're watching America's Day at the races, and thanks to those continuing to watch here on FS2. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah El Badwi. We also have Richard Migliori on for the show as we do kick off the late pick 5 sequence here in race number 5, which is coming up. Horses exiting the paddock, going to hit the track shortly here with 7 minutes to post, Sarah. And we see favoritism at 9-5 on Mucho Mama Mia.
A horse that has some credentials coming into this race, having won at the distance and dropping in class as well. And you, of course, have Irad Ortiz Jr. up. He wins a lot of races. They take a lot of money in the wagering.
Yeah, and she's kind of another one. Maybe her 2 races prior to the layoff make her a player here. Obviously, Irad was aboard for the win when breaking her maiden in a maiden 30, but I feel like, Irad just makes them the favorite, even if they kind of look a little murky on paper.
So it happens, and often he does get them into the winner's circle, so I don't blame the betting public, especially with the form that she does have. I wonder if Leadership Ability is going to try to wire the field in here. A horse that I don't really know what level of ability she has, but on the front end could be the speed.
She's kind of a one-race horse, at least on the dirt, and she won that in gate-to-wire fashion. There's number 4, Practical Miss.
Just coming off of her first victory at the 7 furlong distance, her worst race was at a mile.
Here's number 5, Lady Fortuna. Now, she broke her maiden for $30,000, but she's been competing against tougher in her last several.
And I guess it's a good sign that we did just see the winner of the race she was last in, Irish Jackson, run a good second to St. Benedict's Prep.
And here's Jay's Love. Will is another one who also adds blinkers.
The last 2 races were just way over her head, but she has to get the mile and has to show that she can handle a fast track.
And completing the field is number 7, Altarina. Katie Davis back in the irons.
We'll see what we get from her. She's kind of the horse at this level that seems to consistently show up, but just not fast enough to contend with some of the better races from the shorter prices.
If you want to keep money in the game, become a Naira Bets member. If you're not a member, sign up today and use that promo code Belmont25. And also, in addition to earning the $200 deposit match bonus, get that $25 free bet in the Belmont Stakes. Check out NairaBets.com for all the details and to get the ball rolling. And we will check in with Richard Migliori, who has some thoughts. I wonder if he's thinking the same thing as you when it comes to number 3, Leadership Ability. Meg, will she go to the lead?
Actually, yes. I love the way she looks, Leadership Ability to 3, and I think she's very well spotted here. Now, obviously, her form went a bit sideways, but she's trained by Charlie Baker. Now, Charlie Baker's had an uncharacteristically slow year for him so far. But he's a top horseman, and we've seen so many top horse people come out of Finger Lakes, and mostly because they figure out ways to get lower-level horses to perform, or horses with, maybe some physical limitations to perform. They're racing and training to put food on the table, not for headlines. And then when they move on to bigger, circuits, they really know how to get the best out of horses. And I just feel like Leadership Billy lands in a spot where I think she can control on the front end. And with lower level horses, it's very important. One of the reasons they're lower level horses, obviously how much ability they have, but they're more easily discouraged. You take really good horses and they're much less easily discouraged. They don't care about kickback. Most good horses get hit with kickback. They grab the bit and want to get mad. They want to go after the horse that's throwing dirt at them. Lower level horses get hit with dirt and they tend to, pin their ears and climb and lose their action a little bit. I do think she's in a spot here, leadership ability, where maybe she can be that leader and be forward, if not on the lead, and have a completely different kind of trip. She'll be my top selection. The other horse I want to talk about is the 4, Practical Miss. She looks fantastic from a physical perspective. Dave Duggan does such great work, him and his wife, Lara, who works closely with him. Another husband-wife trainer team, Maggie, you're obviously very familiar with that situation. And Practical Miss broke her maiden last time for $30,000. And this is a proper placement, running for 16. When horses break their maiden for a maiden claiming tag, and they've had proven form going into it, not with a first-time starter, usually they're worth about half of the money they broke their maiden for. And I think Dave just spotted this filly very well here for $16,000. And she's another one I think projects to get a real good trip. I think she'll be forward. And I want horses that are forward in situations like this.
Yeah, Sarah, Meg, thank you. I kind of ticked number 4, Practical Miss, as the tracking speed right outside Leadership Ability.
Well, so did Time Form US. I mean, this is the horse that maybe you could argue has a little bit better consistency on the racetrack with what we've seen from her relative to Leadership Ability, because while Leadership Ability is lightly raced and did win that one off the turf race in her second start, it hasn't really been a forward progression for her. Now, her next 2 races were against some decent company, but even last time out, you had to be a little bit disappointed on that cutback in distance that she couldn't really see out any of that early speed.
Yes, that is true. We'll see, though, once I feel like they get into a rhythm much better when they go longer. So that often is the reason why they're able to sustain that speed in those longer distances, even though it seems counterintuitive when they lose the lead going shorter. As we'll take a look here at number 6, Jay's Love. I don't necessarily get this horse. I know she's been in tougher fields in her last 2 since breaking her maiden, but again, she's kind of a one-race horse, and that was a very, very wet track back on March 2nd. Now we'll see if the blinkers have any influence on how she performs today. Joel Rosario, back aboard. He's the one aboard this day with the score.
I guess all the money based on Joel Rosario being the one to finally guide her to the winner's circle. I don't know. The pace was coming apart in this race. There were a lot of extenuating circumstances in terms of how sloppy the track was. I just am not entirely sure that she's able to replicate this number on a fast track. And even if she did, it might not be fast enough to win this race anyway. So I wouldn't really want to use her within my sequences. But at the same time, she is adding the blinkers. Perhaps she shows a little bit more early speed, and that could change things and move her up a little bit.
Well, another one that's adding blinkers that I don't know if you'll get any early speed from her, but that's number 5, Lady Fortuna. She is dropping in class, so it feels like she is the one that, besides that maiden victory back on November 26th of last year, is the one that has been consistently facing some better horses.
Exactly, I would agree with that, and she is one that has kept good company. We've already seen propel forwards in terms of how live they've been, especially this year, especially that last race, because we did just see the winner of that race come back and finish a good second to a better horse in St. Benedict's Prep at a tougher level. So that's always encouraging to see, and she's one that, yes, when she did break her maiden, she was a huge price that day. She was 33-1, but at the same time, she has at least gone the mile distance before, and she is one that you can excuse over the last couple of races as having faced better company. So there are some things to like at a fair enough price with this one.
And of course, Mucho Mamma Mia, speaking of St. Benedict's Prep, she ran in the race in which St. Benedict's Prep dropped her rider at the start last time. Now she has been holding firm throughout the wagering as your favorite.
And we would expect that with Ira Ortiz Jr. aboard, a horse that has some excuses over the last start, was first off a layoff, was a tougher level of competition, was also trying to cut back in distance, but now some more things going her way. We know that she's able to handle the mile, and this class level should suit her quite a bit better.
Jeremiah Engelhardt, conditioner of Mucho Mamma Mia, had a great start here on the NYRA circuit. We'll see if he can get the first win of this spring summer meet. Belmont at the Big A, of course, with your favorite 2-1 on Mucho Mamma Mia, as they are heading into line here to kick off the late pick 5 sequence. And we'll send it up to Chris Griffin, who brings you the call of race 5.
Thank you very much once again. There's Leadership Ability stepping in. Practical Miss. Practical Miss. Kendrick Harmouche, 3 out. There's Lady Fortuna. Lane Leslie aboard. Jay's Love, second to last to load. Jay's Love. Joel Rosario stepping forward. Start of the late pick 5. Today's 5th race. Altarina. Katie Davis, last to load to the outside. Touch reluctant here, backs away. Assistant starters with Altarina. Altarina almost there. And now in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Mucho Mamma Mia is going to be the early trailer. Speed from Leadership Ability, and Leadership Ability is the leader and has the front end is up by a nose. Right there towards the inside is Proper Grammar, and these two now far apart as they are going to hook up with the backstretch, but big gap in between the two leaders. Leadership Ability is in front with Proper Grammar right there in second. Tracking from third is Lady Fortuna from off the pace in the green cap, is about 5 lengths off the lead now. Is moving forward is Practical Miss, is to the inside of that rival. Jay's Love is way out in the center of the racetrack, a very spread out field here. Mucho Mamma Mia is at the back of that group, and far, far back, Altarina is just not keeping up with the field right now. Not being eased, but just traveling at the back and not keeping up with the field. 23.50 for that opening quarter mile as they get set to work into that far turn. It's Leadership Ability in front. Leadership Ability, and towards the inside, here's Proper Grammar, still challenging 3 wide. Jay's Love is looming up on the outside. They went 46-4 for the half-mile time, and Jay's Love is ready to pounce on the 2 leaders, has now put a nose in front as they are 3 across the racetrack. Mucho Mamma Mia is called upon for the effort, is now fully extended, is towards the inside of Practical Miss. Lady Fortuna, and still far, far back, Altarina. 1:12.1 for 3/4 of a mile, and the leader now kicks away. Proper Grammar has shrugged off the 2 rivals so far. Jay's Love is now under that full drive. Mucho Mamma Mia is all over the racetrack, but starts to collect, and here comes Mucho Mamma Mia and Arad Ortiz Jr. putting the rally together. Proper Grammar is game, but Mucho Mamma Mia is up alongside. Mucho Mamma Mia just passing now late. Mucho Mamma Mia gets it done. Proper Grammar, Practical Miss, and Jay's Love in 1:39.3.
Third favorite in a row, getting the win. A little bit of a slow start, but after that, able to save ground, tipped out beneath Arad Ortiz, Sarah, and Mucho Mamma Mia is now 2 for 12.
And this was a ride that was really well crafted because Arad Ortiz Jr. didn't panic with not getting out of the gate all that quickly. Saw that there was some decent pace ahead of him for the level. And what a huge race by Proper Grammar to shrug off both Leadership Ability and the more forward Jay's Love and still hold on for second. But Mucho Mamma Mia just getting to that finish line in front.
And she did. Proper Grammar gets the riding assist from Ramon Vasquez, and she had some trouble in her last start going the 6 furlongs in which she was up close and then shut off going into the turn. So you know, she was 15-1, and I think that created a bit of value underneath your 9-5 favorite. Practical Miss, she wasn't as close as we thought she may have been, but she was able to rally for third over fourth place finisher Jay's Love. 1, 2, 4, 6 in the start of the late pick 5 sequence. Race number 5, Belmont at the Big A. Well, we will bring you official prices and reactions from this 5th race on the other side of the break. Make sure you stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire, with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as Mucho Mama Mia kicks off the late pick 5 sequence in style, getting the win, of course, and returning 570 over Proper Grammar. Nice exacta 1-2 40-25 as we check in with Richard Migliori standing by with the ever popular Arad Ortiz.
And Maggie, he's popular for a reason. He rides hard no matter what kind of race it is. Irad, this is a lower level horse, $16,000 claimer. You ride with the same enthusiasm if it's a Grade 1. How do you keep yourself so motivated?
When you love this game, when you love to ride horses and you love to be out there in a race, everyone wants to win, and I want to do it so bad. If I have the horse and the horse hold me, why not? I love to cross the wire in front, and some other horses, they don't win, but they run good and they come back probably in a better spot, and that's all I like. That's all I love to do, and I keep myself like with that intention. I think every time I win, I feel much better. You know, I feel much better than when I get beat. So I wanna have that satisfaction after the race, after the wire. I mean, he's great.
I know it's a very addictive feeling. Now, you broke this horse's maiden last September here at Aqueduct. Do you remember every horse you ride?
I mean, I remember this filly because I rode her first time I rode her was at Saratoga, and she's very one pace. And Jeremiah told me, but I never ride him before, and I kind of like don't ride it the way I want to. After the race, I probably learned from her and tell her, please give me one more chance. And that was after Saratoga. We run here at Aqueduct, and she went on the mile. And I know her that day much better than the time before, and was a beautiful race. I sit there, I wait, like very similar of today, the trip, and she got the job done today again. She got very similar trips in both times that I've been won on her.
Now, I read this year, landscape's a little different. We're at Aqueduct. It's the Belmont meet at Aqueduct, Belmont under construction. How do you feel about the upcoming Belmont Stakes and the 4 days of racing up there? How excited are you to go there and show off your abilities?
I'm excited. I mean, going there is something that never happened before. I mean, that's the first time, and they love the sport over there. I think Saratoga town, they love horse racing. I know a lot of people are going to show up. It's going to be epic. It's going to be epic, so you can miss that. I mean, you have the chance to go there, go and enjoy the race, because that's probably going to be, that's not going to happen a lot. So we're going to have the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga meet. So I mean, a Saratoga race course. That's going to be amazing.
I agree with you. It's going to be epic. Couldn't have said it better myself. He might have a second career doing this as well.
Richie, you're going to have security with you when you do these interviews. They might just take the mic and hit him over the head, huh, Sarah?
I mean, hey, we seem to have a lot of jockeys that want to be on TV, and maybe some are making a big case for it as we go forward.
I think Irad likes riding races, as they were talking about the Belmont Stakes up in Saratoga for the first time ever. We are 15 days away from the big dance, but coming up next here on the program, of course, it will be race number 6, a maiden special weight for the New York breds. As I was saying, a New York bred late pick 4 coming up here, Belmont at the Big A. And co-favorites right now with a first-time starter for Chad Brown versus number 5, Geopolitics, who ran very well in her debut back in February. Well, you'll have a new crew on tap here to take you through that race. That'll do it for Sarah and I. As always, it's a pleasure.
We had a good time.
We always do. It's a party, Sarah and I. But Jonathan Kitchen and Andy Serling will be up next as they will take you through this late pick 4 and the entirety of the the pick 6 sequence. But as I was saying, just 2 weeks and a day until the Belmont Stakes, but a little less than that till the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up at Saratoga. More coming your way from Acacia Clement, and we'll check in with her after the break.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Let's go get a bath.
Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring them, bring out the optimal results in them.
Some ex-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing, taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
NYRA fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to Rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says Rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Always good to hear about the good things that are happening at Rerun Aftercare, and of course the New York Breds as well. And I don't have my cards to talk about the New York Breds, but a lot of good stuff happening there as well. The foals of 2024 will be running for the big purses coming up in 2026. He is Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Andy Serling, and it's nice to be up here. Feel like we just left each other about 5 days ago.
I know, we spent about 7 hours together on Sunday, and I enjoyed it very much.
It was it was a good time, I agree. We'll be doing it again. We'll be seeing it. Nice to have you here as well, and a lot of good race coming up. And speaking of the New York Breds, we have 4 New York bred races coming up to close out the card, a couple of turf races. I thought extremely competitive races, but the race of the week, the ABR race of the week, is the Pennine Ridge, coming up here tomorrow in the 7th race of our 11-race card. And it is a prep race, as are a number of these races, for the Belmont Derby, which will be run at Belmont at the Big A on July 6th before we head upstate. And Legend of Time, I thought he ran extremely well over in Dubai when he won. He just kind of ran off last time. What are they going to do with him in this race? Because he is kind of the speed, but I got a feeling they don't want to be in front with him.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well in Dubai. I thought he ran okay last time to a certain extent, but I was also like a little disappointed. I think that, the trip that he got, I felt like he was supposed to beat that group at Churchill Downs, and he didn't, which is why I'm a little bit off on him here. I am interested, I think, to your point, to see how they ride him differently. Do they just get very aggressive with him and let him roll on the front end? Or are they going to try to rate him again and see how that works?
It's a reasonable question. I remember hearing some comments from Charlie Appleby about how he was a little too aggressive early. If he doesn't go, either White Palomino or Risk Tolerance might have a better chance with one of them going. I think he's the worst to beat, but I can't argue with Jonathan. After that race, there are some questions. Now, there's also questions with Risk Tolerance. He was impressive first time out. You and I both kind of like the horse that he beat in this race, coming back in the maiden race over the weekend. He didn't do a lot of running in there, but this is obviously a talented runner. Can he go on in his second start?
I think he will. I think that he's got an opportunity to take a step forward off of this. I know he didn't really have necessarily a tough trip, but he seems like one of those horses who's going to create his own trip because he's got enough tactical speed to put himself into an advantageous spot, so I'm not going to hold that against him.
It's hard to see in this 7-horse field without a lot of speed him getting a tough trip. He is supposed to be either in front or sitting in a very, very good spot. His question is, can he take a little bit of a step forward? He doesn't really have to take that much of one. I thought Triple Espresso was dangerous on the outside. I want to show him running against White Palomino, who came back in his next start, and he did break his maiden in his next start. I thought White Palomino was the lesser of the 2 Chad Browns. The problem with Triple Espresso was the lack of pace in this race.
Yeah, he's gonna have to kind of, figure something out. But look, I mean, I guess there's a world in which Risk Tolerance and Legend of Time could kind of, I don't think they're gonna go out there and duel with each other, but they could engage early, which could then set it up for Triple Espresso. Got a lot of experience, and sometimes I underestimate experience. A horse who's had 6 starts, that can sometimes help quite a bit.
No, I agree, and I think that's one of the questions with risk tolerance. These maiden breakers can look very good in their maiden wins. They don't always come back and build on those races, but sometimes they do. An interesting race, as a lot of horses, really all the 3-year-olds in this country, and perhaps some shippers as well, will be looking to come to that Belmont Derby on July 6th. We'll be running a couple of Grade 1s at the Belmont Oaks that day. I want to let people know about the Saturday contest. They are back, and you got to play them through NYRA Bet. So you feed your competitive edge with a live money handicapping contest, something I know my friend Jonathan Kinchin likes a lot, every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats in the next week's $300 contest. It's actually tomorrow. You have until the 3rd race on Saturday to sign up. Visit NYRA.com/contests for more information. A lot more coming up. The late pick 4. We're kicking off with maidens. A couple of good magics in there and a couple that have run pretty well. We'll see what happens as America's Day at the Races continues.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale Farm at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. And speaking of Hillendale, they've got a big mark on this race, Jonathan, with a couple of good magics and some New York breds by Good Magic. And boy, he has been tremendous. Maybe he got a little overshadowed because of how well Gun Runner and Justify have done, but he's been terrific.
Yeah, obviously, when you're in a young stallion career, you get a Derby winner. It's always a great start.
No, he's really. I mean, we've seen so often. We've seen his horses in the big races and doing well. The number 1, Dance on Air, a good magic for Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, $200,000 Keeneland September. You draw the rail, you get Irad, you got Chad. 5-2. These horses win all the time. Just hard to take them at such a short price.
And you wonder if it's Irad and Chad money or the horse money. I'm kidding. Chris Englehart and Eric Cancel both looking for the second wins.
Yeah, Chris Englehart in his career, 13% with first-time starters.
With experience, the 3 Aunt Yola for Horacio De Paz and Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, had a habit of breaking slowly in the first 2 starts. Seems to have gotten that figured out last time.
If you like 5-year-old first-time starters, Foxy Francis is for you with Christian Navarro.
Well, I don't, so I guess not.
No, so she's not for Jonathan. The number 5, Geopolitics, 9-5 now, probably going lower for Bill Mott and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, look, I thought last time broke a little bit slow, kind of rushed up into the race and ran well as a first-time starter.
Nikki Brainburst, have to find out where that name came from. Ray Handel and Katie Davis.
Yeah, Ray Handel used to have pretty poor numbers with first-time starters, but if you look at it as of more recently, he seems to be much more capable.
The number 7 is Empire Magic, the second of the good magics. This one firster for Danny Gargan and Manny Franco.
Yeah, you get Manny Franco here for Danny Gargan. Danny Gargan, 10% throughout his career, first-time starters.
Could this one be a wise guy horse, La Banquera, going out for Jose Jimenez and Javier Castellano?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you see a horse like this at 16-1, you could tell yourself this horse could be 25-1, 30-1.
I'm glad you brought up the Geopolitics didn't break that sharply in the debut, but I'm still a little disappointed that a hot Bill Mott firster like this didn't win. Now, some have come out of the race to run well. The winner has not run well since then. I think the loss is a black mark, but I still thought this was the one to beat.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It was in February. You know, it's not the biggest gap in terms of time for maturity to kind of kick in, but I do like the fact this horse ran well and then got some time from Bill Mott. You know, I think that's what you get with a Hall of Famer like Bill Mott. Those decisions are a lot easier for him to make. Let's just give this horse a little time.
They entered since the race, and she was scratched, though.
Yes.
Which makes me
March
wonder 22nd. A little bit. Yeah, so she was entered about a month later. Don't know the story. They love this horse. I mean, I remember they loved this horse first time out. And I have a feeling like you, this one's going to show the good second time out. But I don't think Aunt Yola's that bad. And Aunt Yola finished 4th in the race we watched. And while she's had her chances in 2 straight races, I don't think she should be disregarded because she had a bit of a trip that day against Geopolitics.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is they're both, you know, excuse me, not both. Aunt Yola's going to be cutting back from the 7 furlongs. And a lot of times in those situations, I just feel like these horses can just have that little extra kick, you know, turning for home when they need it. The biggest issue with her is that her first 2 starts, while she was bet a little bit, she didn't break that well. And then last time she finally broke well, so maybe she's figuring it out.
Yeah, she is starting to pile up the losses. That's what bothers me a little bit. I agree with you getting the 7 furlong races under her belt. And 2 races back, she lost to horse that came back and ran a very respectable second in her next start to a heavy favorite that was loose in the lead. I think she's a player. I don't know anything about these first-time starters, but I'll tell you something. They're not really bet. I mean, Danny Gargan's horse, for all the money they spent, Good Magic is 8-1, 7-1 now. Even the Chad Brown and I were at our tees at 3-1. That feels dead to me.
Well, I think this happens sometimes, though, when you have a horse like the 5 Geopolitics who essentially ran a winning race on debut. I think horse players can gravitate towards that because they know it's there, they know it happened, they can trust it a little bit more. With the rest of them, you know, you're kind of wondering, hoping, guessing, is this horse going to be good? They know the 5's good, so I think that's why this horse is taking so much money.
I still feel if there was a story on the 1, we would see the money coming in, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what happens. Let's go down to the MIG with more on Aunt Yola.
Yeah, guys, I like Aunt Yola. I mean, she's my top selection. I love the way she warmed up. She's been a work in progress. She's improved in every start. And I just like when a horse has that animated kind of warm-up. They show that good energy level, the way they jump into the bit. And I really don't think that a lot separates her and Geopolitics, who is very, very good, but there's a huge disparity in price here. The 1, Dance on Air, first-time starter from Chad Brown. You know, it's interesting watching Chad Brown first-time starters. They just seem very clued in to what their job is. And it's a credit to his training regimen that they have that kind of focus. I mean, she went off with the pony, and she didn't act or look like a first-time starter. And, you know, not that he wins all the time with first-time starters, but you like when a horse knows their job. And she just appeared to me to really have that demeanor that she knows her job. The 5 Geopolitics looks great. You know, nothing you wouldn't expect, you know, from a Bill Mott trainee under the capable hands of Williford here. Liana Wilford, excuse me. And I just think she makes a lot of sense. I just thought that she was much shorter price than the 3, and I thought they're pretty close as far as I'm concerned, and particularly with Aunt Yola having more racing experience at this point. Kind of interesting. 2 first-time starters that come in with very fast gate works. The 2, I'm kidding, and the 4, Foxy Francis. you got to take those gate works at Belmont Park with a little bit of a grain of salt because it's an odd pull. They're breaking from the outside rail there, and those works tend to be a little faster. It's more of an about 5 furlong distance, and it's a true 5 furlong distance from that pull. So you always, even though you might be taken with a fast gate work at Belmont on the training track, they might not be quite as good as you think.
Thanks a lot, Richie. And of course, we're always happy to talk about the New York Bred program. It's a 19% increase in New York bred maiden purses in 2026. It pays to have a New York bred. There's never been a better time to have a New York bred foal. So for information on how to qualify your foal, visit NYRA.com/New York Breds. We've got a lot of New York Breds coming up in the show. This race through the 9th race, all New York Breds, big fields, those some pretty competitive races.
Andy, if you could look at one thing when you're trying to make a decision on a first-time starter, one stat line, one thing, would it be a trainer stat? Would it be the pedigree? One thing, what would be that one thing that you would want to be able to see before making a wager?
It's a funny question. It's a good question. I so rarely bet first-time starters, be honest with you. And I don't look at workout information. I know you do, and I respect it. I just don't really look at it, and probably to as a fault. Probably trainer stats in trainers whose first-time starters run well, because there are some trainers whose horses just don't win first time out, and often by design, and it's probably better for them down the road.
Yeah, no, I think that's of the stats. That's the one for me too, because it shows intent from the trainer. Because like you said, there's just some people that's just not what they do, so they're never going to run that well first time out.
Well, it's funny, you know, when you talk about stats, I think trainers sometimes get sensitive about putting up what they perceive as negative stats, and they don't realize that a negative stat is actually a positive compliment to them. For instance, I saw a stat for Todd Pletcher the other day. Second time starting maidens, maiden special and maiden claimer. He's like 1 for 12 over the last 5 years, a very small number. That's not a negative, that's a positive. That means Todd Pletcher knows very quickly the horse just can't run, and he drops him in, hopes somebody claims him. It's not a negative that he's 1 for 12. It shows, I don't think he's surprised he's 1 for 12. He might have thought the number would be bigger, but he's dropping horses quickly because they can't run. And I think when you look at trainers that have bad numbers first time for a tag, you know, they don't win that often. That's not a criticism. That means they're dropping horses that just aren't good.
I agree with you. I try to find myself not saying negative stat or bad stat.
Right.
I just like to say a lower percentage stat, because it could be, like, to your point, they're not trying to win first time out. So why would I call that a negative?
No, I mean, history says that winning first time out can be detrimental to a horse going forward. In the old days, trainers didn't really try. I think a lot changed because the pressure in Saratoga, getting that first timer to run well, a way for a new trainer to get more horses, so there's more pressure to win for owners. But winning first time out is not necessarily the best thing you can do. Some horses are just so good, you can't stop them from winning first time out. They're heading into the gate for race number 6. Kicking off the late pick 4, Chris Griffin with the call.
Aunt Yola steps forward. Here's Foxy Francis. Empire Magic, 2 out. Empire Magic in. There's La Banqueta. Last to load to the outside. La Banqueta. Just about in. Front of the gate open. Nikki Brain Burst. Acts up. Got a rider off the 6, Nikki Brain Burst. So stand by. That's Katie Davis standing behind the starting gate, and they're backing the 6, Nikki Brain Burst. Looks like out of the gate. Number 7, Empire Magic, has also been backed out.
Some issues with the number 6, Nikki Brainburst, going in the gate. You see they're trying to sort of calm her down a little bit. Doesn't seem like it's a major issue right now, and hopefully they'll be able to reload her and Kay Davis can get back aboard. Let's get more on this, though, from the MIG.
Yeah, guys, so when a horse acts up in the gate like this, obviously they back her out, check to make sure that she didn't injure herself, but they also have to check the horses around them as well, because when a horse acts up, they can get their hoof into another stall and potentially kick another horse or maybe catch them with a hoof. So all those horses have to be taken out, checked by the attending veterinarians, and then reloaded if everything's okay.
No, things appear to be. Thank you, Richie. Richie, a guy who we know he's. If there's been incidents anywhere on the racetrack, the MIG has somehow been a victim of every one of them to the nth degree. They're reloading. The 7 is back in, waiting for the 6, and here comes the number 8, La Banquera, who will round out the field, but we will still wait, I believe, for the number 6 to be reloaded, Nikki Brainburst. But let's go to Chris Griffin for the call of the 6th.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, La Banquera's in. Here's Nikki Brainburst. Will be the last to load. Acted up in the starting gate, but now the last to load. Started the late pick 4. Is in. Closing the front of the gate. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow was Empire Magic. Speed towards the outside from La Banquera's in the early mix with Geopolitics. They're going to be head-and-head 1-2. Nikki Brainburst is just off of them, but was joined in that third position from I'm Kidding in the red cap, who's going to muscle on through, and Aunt Yola is going to be a tracking 4th. That's the leading quartet now. Nikki Brainburst is a shared 5th with Dance on Air, who's at the rail. They're traveling in pairs here up the backstretch. The 2 at the back, Foxy Francis and slow starting Empire Magic. 21-4 for a quick opening quarter mile. Geopolitics has got company from La Banquera at 15-1, the long shot towards the outside. Under drive now is Aunt Yola trying to catch these 2 pace setters who haven't come back to the field yet. I'm Kitty is also under a full drive. Nikki Brainburst and Empire Magic starts to have a big rally. Still has about 10 to make up. The top 2 went 44-3 for that half-mile time. To the inside is Geopolitics. To the outside it's La Banquera, and they still are well clear of the rest of the field. Empire Magic is running up into 3rd, but the front 2 in the final furlong, La Banquera, the long shot towards the outside. Geopolitics is trying to fight back to the inside the final 16th. Geopolitics is not done. La Banquera still with a head in front. La Banquera wins. La Banquera over Geopolitics. Empire Magic and Aunt Yola in 1 minute 16.59 seconds.
That was quite a ding-dong battle between those two horses. 21-93 the first quarter. You would think they would come apart a little bit, and they did not. Geopolitics ran today, but La Banquera, Jose Jimenez had this first array to roll.
Yeah, this one, 1 for 30 now in the last 5 years of first-time starters. Jose Jimenez.
But you're almost even with this one. What is this horse, about 20-1? 20-1 is back exactly.
There's
I told you, I thought, yeah. Well, I know you're the first one to agree that anyone who would throw a horse out at 20-1 because of a negative trainer stat should have their head examined. And this horse was ready to roll. I said to you in the post parade, I thought this one could have a little bit of a wise guy look. And don't get me wrong, I did not pick this horse. And I'll tell you something else. The 7 made a bit of a run, Empire Magic. How much do you want anybody else out of this race if they couldn't pick these 2 up?
Yeah, they just didn't really do any running. And like you said, pick them up considering the pace was fast. You'd like to think that they would have been coming back to someone who was running on, but no one really gave me that feeling.
And I think Geopolitics ran a winning race, just ran into a buzzsaw first time out. La Banquera didn't take much money, but Javier Castellano. And you could see at top of the stretch that Geopolitics was not putting this horse away.
No, and I think I wouldn't, but don't get carried away. Next time Geopolitics shows up, don't start that second itis conversation, because he ran 2 big races, and it looks like this one might not be quite over yet.
Oh. Well, I'm sure our crack staff will get the head on as soon as they can. But, it's so hard when they're that close, because you don't, normally you see a herd or something. This one we'd have to see the head on. Here comes the head on. I'm sure it's worse than the DQ at Assiniboia the other day, which was one of the worst takedowns I've ever seen. 8 on the outside, 5 on the inside. What are we looking at? Okay, the 5 came out a little. I would not take this horse down, but I might have a little conversation with Mr. Castellano, making it needlessly tight. How about you?
Yeah, it's just one of those deals where I get stuck in the middle. I don't want someone who picked the 8, a wager, a bettor who picked the 8, or even the connections of the 8, to be punished for something that likely did not change the outcome.
I don't. When I'm not involved in a race, I never want to see a long shot come down. Mig, you got other thoughts?
No, I agree with you that I really wouldn't make a change in the order of finish here. But the one thing I do have, now they definitely was leaned on and they were in tight quarters. But when Javier starts to change his hold on the left side with his reins on the inside, I don't like the elbow situation. And if they make a change, I think it'll stem more from the position of Javier's elbow than the actual contact between the two horses. And if you guys just pay attention to that more than exactly the horse's body's position, that would be the only question I would have.
I want to ask Richie a question. Arguably, could you say that the 5 maybe could have battled back if Javier didn't make it so tight? And I think he did cross the line a little bit. Is that fair?
Oh, I think it's very fair. I mean, if we're going to go by what has been the norm, this wouldn't come down. But we also have to take into the account that they've kind of changed up a little. And we've seen some numbers come down. Messier being one, going back to a stake a month or so ago, that we normally wouldn't have seen a change. So maybe it's going to be a bit of a stricter regime. So it depends on how they're calling it at this stage. But I do think the inside horse Geopolitics would have battled back if she wasn't put in a very uncomfortable position.
And I'll tell you what's interesting for both you and Jonathan, and we'll let Jonathan talk first. I don't feel like Joel Rosario, and he just lodged a jockey's claim too. I don't feel like Joel claims very often, if at all.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like something I can say, oh, Joel's a claimer. I will say this, though. I don't really care what they do in this situation. I would not be offended either way, whether they left it up or if they took it down. The one thing that I know you agree with me on is I just want it to be consistent, because at times I don't ever know what's going to happen, and that's the one thing I don't feel comfortable.
Well, Richie, would you argue that consistent with what they've been doing recently, especially with a change up there in the booth, they would take this horse down?
I do think that they've gotten stricter. So it wouldn't, be inconsistent with the way things are being adjudicated right now. You also made a very good point. Joel Rosario is not a guy that claims foul. And I do think when a guy like Joel claims foul, because they don't do it very often, the stewards look at it even more, intensely, right? They put it under more scrutiny, because he's not a guy that goes around crying wolf all the time. If a guy's always claiming foul, they'll tend to get dismissed quicker because, well, this guy's always crying about it. That's not Joel. So the fact that he did, they'll put more weight into it. As I'm saying that, the announcement came down. There is no change in the order of finish.
And Richie, and I have no problem with the call, and I know Jonathan, I don't think any of us do. And I don't think it was egregious. Do you think that Javier gets fined or suspended?
Well, I do think that Javier's going to have to go in front of the stewards and meet with them, and I could see them handing out some sort of a punishment because, again, the only objection I had with that whole scenario was the position of his left elbow at one stage when he was kind of, getting on top of the other filly. Once they got there and they were, rubbing paint, if you will, I didn't have that much trouble with it. It was the position of his elbow that was the thing that was objectionable to me.
Thanks so much, Richie. At the end of the day, I know one thing, especially Jonathan and I feel strongly about as degenerate horse players. We don't like seeing 20-to-1 shots get taken down because that's something that stays with you a long time if you bet that horse. So no change made. And it shouldn't take away from the fact that that was a very good horse race. Maggie was talking about it beforehand. We are 13 days away from Belmont Stakes Racing Festival and 15 days away from Saratoga's first Belmont Stakes. We'll be back with a lot more on America's Day at the Races.
Domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
50 boys, $1,200,000 right there. $1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500 and 500,000. Thank you.
450, 75, 475,000.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was third in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of six-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, play through Naira Bets. Jonathan Kinch and Andy Serling up on the desk here. Richard Migliori down in the paddock, and let people know we have a special sign-up bonus for Belmont Stakes time. Belmont25 is the promo code. We'll match the $200 your initial deposit and give you a free $25 bet towards the Belmont Stakes. Once again, play through Naira Bets. Keep the money in the game. Play any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets as they are in the winner's circle with the upset and a relieved Javier Castellano. Let's head down to the MIG.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And Javier, you know, having been in that position where your number's blinking, it's always an uncomfortable situation, but you felt pretty confident that there wouldn't be a change.
Yeah, absolutely, Richie. When you come back, when you see those numbers blinking, you kind of concern a little bit what you think of what you did in the race, but I was a lot of feel very comfortable because I knew what I did, exactly what I did, was a race ride. We both ride to the finish line. We battled to win the race, and both horses kind of breathe a little bit. But I don't think intimidate the other horse. I think he's not going to change the outcome. My horse is still going to win the race. I think it was pretty clear.
The one thing I thought you might have a little trouble, Javier, it appeared to me that when you changed your hold, your elbow went into, Joel and the other filly a little bit. Can you maybe explain what was going on there?
Yeah, absolutely. When you try to ride, you open your rein a little bit, try to stimulate the horse, encourage a little bit, but you go with the swing, with the rhythm, the momentum, and when you open and close again, your elbow it pop a little bit. It look like kind of intimidate the other horse, but that's the way you jockeys it ride. Everybody had different style, everybody had different, and that's exactly what I did. When I open the rein and try to encourage my horse to stimulate to open a little bit the elbow and keep momentum, keep rhythm.
Looked like you had really long arms there.
It looked like to me.
Javier, we had the Belmont Stakes up in Saratoga, a place where you've won 7 Travers Stakes at 1.25 miles. The Belmont for the next few years at 1.25 miles because of the configuration. Do you have a Belmont Stakes mount yet?
Well, not yet, Richard. I've been very blessed in Saratoga to win 7 Travers in my career. It's an amazing record. Sometimes I was thinking myself, well, how do I did it? This beautiful record, amazing record to win 7 Travers, 1.25 miles. For any race, I think I feel like comfortable when riding at Saratoga. I feel really, I think get along with the distance, get along go with the course, the way he playing. 1.25 miles, I think it seems to me that kind of type of race I'm looking for. I always win. I got lucky. I still searching for the best horses too. Hopefully we can get something for the Belmont Stakes.
Javier, thank you. Congratulations here. Thank you for taking the time. And, hey, for any owners, trainers out there, you got a guy that doesn't have a Belmont mount yet who is very good at the distance at the racetrack.
Thanks, Richie. I think Javier is very good at a lot of things. I'll tell you one thing, though. Richie should have told Javier if he was riding the 5, he'd have done one of the all-time great acting jobs, and the official finish would have been 5.8. Mig's not riding anymore, and the guys don't act like the Mig used to. But La Banquera, congrats if you had this one, $42 on the win end. Geopolitics, the favorite, had to settle for second in a very, very nice New York bred race. And good luck if you are alive in pick 4s and pick 5s as well. That's a very good horse to have, and we'll see. That horse could easily blow up this pick 6 as well. Race number 7, we are on the grass. The turf course is listed as good. We had some rain yesterday. We'll see how those courses are playing, one on each course going out the rest of the day. The favorite, looking at the multis, and the favorite right now is the 8B of Courage, who I do think is the horse to beat, though. Jonathan, you and I are both trying to beat him.
Yeah, I do think he definitely is the horse to beat. I've got no problem with him being the favorite, but the 3, It's All Coming Together, is one that I was really excited to get a chance to play. And at 9-2, that feels a lot better than I was hoping.
Feels like could be third choice looking at some multi-race bets, and I'm with you on that horse as well. Well, I want to let people know, of course, the Belmont Stakes, not only is it coming up in 15 days, but it's coming up on Fox. And it's so great to have Fox, who's been such an incredible partner for us over the last 6-7 years, showing over 1,000 hours of our races and many appearances on Big Fox as well, and then stepping in with the Belmont Stakes as well. It's been a great, great relationship. And of course, Fox will be covering the Belmont Stakes for the second time this year up in Saratoga. And speaking of up in Saratoga, thanks for abandoning me, Acacia.
Well, Andy, I'm very happy to be here at Saratoga, though. It's a place we all love. And actually, that interview that Richie did with Javier Castellano is the perfect segue because, yes, we have the Belmont Stakes coming up this year. It's always an event that we look forward to. But given the construction that's taking place at Belmont Park, it's going to look a little bit different. I'm standing right in front of the 8th pole, which is where the starting gate will be positioned for the 1.25 mile distance. At Belmont Park, 1.5 miles is 1 lap around. At Saratoga, 1.1 miles is 1 lap around. So given the configuration of the racetrack, we're going to see the starting gate positioned here at 1.25 miles, where typically you'll see the start of the Travers. Now, this is not the first time that something like this will happen. Throughout the history of the Belmont Stakes, as this will be year 156, the oldest of the 3 Triple Crown races, this will be the 5th racetrack that the Belmont Stakes has been run at. It started at Jerome Park, then was run at Morris Park, Aqueduct, of course, Belmont Park, and now Saratoga. And this will actually be the 7th time that the race will be run at the 1.25 mile distance. We have to adapt with what's going on in the world, with what's happening with the times. Even just 4 years ago, during the pandemic, when the Belmont Stakes kicked off the Triple Crown Series, we saw the race take place in 2020 at 1.1 miles as the first race of the Triple Crown. So there is precedence for some changes. Obviously, we all love the history of the Belmont Stakes, but what is pretty special is that we have this incredible racetrack here at our disposal at Saratoga Racecourse, and at a distance, like we heard from Javier Castellano, that is a classic distance that a lot of jockeys love to ride and that the fans will know where to look for at the start, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia, and I'm hoping you have your dust cloth and you're going to be washing off those chairs in the box area where you're standing and the seats area. You're not just doing TV, you're doing a little bit of setup work up there, right?
There's a broom right over here and some painter's tape. I've got my sanding, everything ready to go, but it's amazing just to see the work that's already been done. The gardens in the paddock look spectacular. Lots of guys around here working to make sure the track is ready for the big week.
No, they do an amazing job up there. Our friend Peter Goulet, who's been helping sort of leading the charge to set it up there. And you go up there sometimes 2-3 weeks for the meet, and you go, really? And then by the time the meet starts, man, everything is looking absolutely sensational.
It's like magic to see what they can do so quickly. I've been up there before, a couple of days before, and it's like, wait a second.
Right.
And then a couple
Did anyone
days,
tell them we're opening this week?
It's ready to
right?
go.
No, it is amazing, and I am jealous of Acacia being there. We'll all be there very soon as well, though, and it's going to be an absolutely magical weekend. We've got the stakes headed by the Belmont Gold Cup. A win and you're in for the Melbourne Cup. And if you win it and you want to go to the Melbourne Cup, Jonathan and I would like to go with you as well. The 2-year-olds in the Astoria and Tremont, the Jersey go Friday, 3 Grade 1s, the Intercontinental as well, the Just a Game, the Acorn, and the New York, and of course the big day on Saturday with the 6 Grade 1s headed by the Belmont Stakes with the Met Mile, the Manhattan, The Ogden Phipps is going to be a great race. The Jaipur, the Woody, and then you've got the True North Suburban. Suburban move to Saratoga, and the Poker as well at a mile on the turf. Going to be an amazing day. All of it covered on Fox Sports. And, of course, they will be covering the Belmont Stakes for the second year in a row. And we're so proud to be partners with them. And then Sunday, the New York Breds. It's going to be an amazing weekend. I got to tell you, we've been looking forward to it for a long time.
Oh, man, I can't wait. The Met Mile's going to be outstanding. The Poker, I'm hoping that Casa Creed to kind of extend.
I'm trying to tell Lee to go in the Jaipur, but he wants to go to the Poker.
I just want Casa Creed to win another race at Saratoga to extend that long run he's had.
No, it is always fun. And of course, we're all friends with Lee Einsider. Like to see him do well, and he has been a magical horse, no doubt about it. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back after a quick break.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
So first we have War Dancer.
Whether showing off on his hind legs during the Stallion Show conducted by Irish Hill Century Farm and Duchess Views Farm, or even being groomed, War Dancer always seems to know he's a star.
Yes, he's a very precocious horse. He likes to play and be in your business, wants to know what's going on. Very smart.
War Dancer entered stud on a wave of notoriety based on the bold advertising campaign launched by owners Robin and Tony Malatino. Robin labeled him America's most eligible stud and featured him offering roses to mayors in a deliberate salute to the popular TV show. The videos have been viewed 1.5 million times, so even critics had to admit the ad campaign worked. As War Dancer welcomed 110 mayors to his court in his very first year. Most of the foals look like a chip off the old block, as with this foal out of the mare, Chub off the old block.
The attributes that he puts in his foals are, they're very rambunctious. They really like to get out there and play hard. And I think that progresses with them as they turn into racehorses.
The nearly $433,000 earned by Dancing Buck are included in the more than $5 million tallied up by War Dancer progeny. So now, America's most eligible bachelor has matured into one of New York's most reliable stallions.
I always thought that he had a good shot to be a good sire, and he's proven that.
We've seen a lot of those War Dancers, and he's been a terrific sire so far of New York breds. Of course, the two Born Dancer horses coming off a layoff for Michelle Nevin, who actually has pretty good numbers coming off layoffs with her turf horses, unlike her dirt horses, as we get more from the MIG.
Does a great job, guys. I will say I do think Board Dancer will be better for a race under his belt. I thought the one, Let's Go Big Blue, who is also coming off a layoff, he just looks really fit for trainer Melanie Giddings, making a nice impression, good inside post, seems to run his best races when Jose Lezcano is on board, particularly when he's running on the turf. I think he's pretty interesting here. The 7-horse, Sell Something, another one coming off a layoff, finished the year last year being placed first by disqualification, and that was his one of his better races by far. Another one that just looks fit. Horatio DePaz does really good work. And this horse, to me, is a lighter frame kind of horse that probably takes less training. And then the 8-horse, Bee of Courage, who came off the bench and got it done with a big closing rush after being a little bit keen into the first turn. And with that race under his belt, a lot of times horses the second time will be a little bit more settled. And this is a horse that's always flashed ability, and it's just feeling like as a 4-year-old, maybe he's kind of putting it all together. And I'm very taken with him from a physical impression.
Thanks a lot, Richie. And, of course, the number 8 in this race, Big Bee of Courage, not easy to win your non-winners of 1 and non-winners of 2 back-to-back. Non-winners of 2s are such tougher races. But to be fair, this horse was DQ'd in a race where I get the DQ and they put up Sell Something. He was much the best. And I'll tell you something, Jonathan, this win was better than it looks. I thought he ran sensationally to get the job done.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. I mean, the pace wasn't fast. It was a long, drug-out run. I thought he ran outstanding. And to be fair, I really wanted to pick this horse. I knew he was going to be the favorite, and I was just too excited about the possibilities of the 3. I have nothing negative to say about the 8.
No, I think you and I are on the exact same page. He was terrific and made that huge premature 4-wide move. I call it the Joe Bravo mood. And he was smooth and he was so good he got away with it. And he cannot get a worse trip, but he has to get a better trip to beat this field. The number 1 shouldn't be ignored. Let's Go Big Blue for the Giants fans. Jose Lezcano has the mount.
Yeah, he had some tactical wins throughout his career. And from that rail, maybe they'll send away from there.
The number 2, Born Dancer, we talked about off the layoff for Michelle Nevin with Kendrick.
Yeah, I thought ran well last time. Does come in here fresh, hasn't run since November.
Poor horse that saddled with both Jonathan and myself. It's all coming together. Phil Serpi and Jose Gomez.
When you're looking at the past performances, it starts coming together with horses like this. This last race was a prep, and they ran well in that prep. Now doing what he wants to do, which is going 2 turns.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy spot last time. The 5 Clever Forever tries the turf for the first time. He'll have to move up, and he has some pedigree.
Has a little pedigree. He's tried the turf once, was off the board.
Don't love the Lau bands, though, on the turf, and I agree. I don't think that was Naburn area. This is the horse that could cause us problems in the front end, though, bar 14.
Absolutely. Does have some tactical speed, gets back on the grass. You'd think they'd be forward.
Sell Something was placed first in his last start, went second to Bee of Courage, and is going out for Horacio DePaz.
Yeah, a lot of things went well last time. Ended up getting a nice little pocket trip in there and got put up.
The number 8, Bee of Courage, the favorite horse to beat for John Pregman. Javier looking for back-to-back.
Yeah, wide, moving into a slow pace. I loved the last race. I just didn't like the fact this horse was going to be the favorite when I had something interesting with the 3.
My favorite name, Oscar Performance and Rupert's Promise, coming together for the Martin Scorsese movie, King of Comedy. You've never seen it, Jonathan? It's a classic.
This is a horse that hasn't run since November, didn't run particularly well, but did get a break. I'd like to see this horse come back and run well to some of the back numbers that King of Comedy's run.
My one worry is the one big race was with an optimal trip, but I don't think this horse is talentless. A lot more going on. We are going to talk about Monmouth. Big weekend at Monmouth. The stakes every day, the Cliffhanger, the Miss Liberty, which they used to run at Meadowlands in the fall, and the Mr. Prospector, the Sprint Stake, and the Cliffhanger, an interesting race tomorrow. And we got the crew there. Rajiv Mirage is here today, so he's headed down there. Of course, Paul LaDuca, Lafitte should be there as well. And a nice battle. And I got to tell you something, they talk about horses getting in trouble in small fields. Well, that was certainly the case for Forever Super last time behind Data Man.
The one thing about this, though, is that Forever Super was getting a pretty good trip until they weren't. And so my fear is that because of this trouble you're going to see in this day and age when you can watch replays on Naira Bets and you get to watch them on this show, everyone's going to see this trouble and they're going to bet Forever Super. Give me Data Man, who I thought ran just as well, just without all the trouble, was wide around that.
I think you bring up a point that you and I are very much in agreement. A lot of times people see a horse have trouble at a race, and that's all. That's all that matters to them. They don't see the rest of the trip. They don't see other things that happen to other horses, and they say, okay, maybe there's a chance if he got the perfect trip, he would have won. But maybe you would say he beat Data Man and he was lucky to beat him and Data Man ran the better race. There's this sort of automatic feeling of going back to a general Jim, trying to refine his form, going back to the turf. Okay on the turf, he ran well in the dirt for Shug. A fun race, the Cliffhanger, another race that they used to run at the Meadowlands. I spent many, many nights. I tell you, Jonathan, if you were living in New York back in the day in the 80s and 90s, you would have been my partner at the Meadowlands 3-4 nights a week. Believe me, it was the good old days. The people remember the lines, the Port Authority. You got to Port Authority on a Friday night to take the bus. You waited for 3 buses. The line was so long. Tremendous. And I know some of the people listening at home can remember that story. We'll talk about our pick in this race. It's all coming together for Phil Serpy, and Phil did a really nice job with Leave No Trace coming together. And I thought this horse was incredibly game to be second to a good horse in Running with Scissors.
Absolutely, and ran extremely well, and got a little break after that. And I just love the kind of the story, the arc of the story for this horse, where he ran extremely well, came back and was asked to do something I don't think he wants to do, which is sprint, and not especially a flat 5 down at Gulfstream.
Against Coppola? Yeah, I don't think so.
That's what he wants to do. He's 76-1 that day. That is a picture of what a prep is supposed to look like for a horse like this. Now he comes in here off of that. I think he's going to run extremely well.
I would literally think he was almost a lock if the 6 wasn't in the race, but I like him as well. Mig, where are you?
Well, I'm still trying to get over the idea of you and Jonathan going to the Meadowlands 3 or 4 nights a week. I'm thinking like a remake of the Odd Couple. Unfortunately for you guys, I've also landed on the 3. It's all coming together. You know, you watch horses in the paddock and then you watch them on the racetrack, and sometimes you see 2 distinctly different things. I love the way this horse warmed up. Phil Serpy does great work. His horses look terrific, and I think he's very interesting. He's drawn towards the inside. He's going to be forward, if not on the lead, and maybe a little too much weight on It's All Coming Together. The other horse that really changed my impression from the paddock to the racetrack was the 9 King of Comedy, also coming off of a layoff. But, you know, it's a Mike Maker runner, and Mike Maker's horses tend to catch your eye, particularly during the preliminaries. He doesn't have the greatest post drawn towards the outside, but, boy, guys, I'm just seeing it. I think we got the makings of another sitcom here.
I got to tell you, Richie used to ride the Meadowlands. He doesn't know how fun it used to be to go back there in the heyday. It was spectacular. I spent many great evenings there, made a few scores, and blew a few dollars over the years as well. The 9 King of Comedy we're talking about, he has had some wide trips. He was wide to nowhere last time out in the It's All Coming Together race, a race that was dominated by horses towards the inside. My one concern, though, is the one really good race, he got a beautiful trip that day.
Yeah, but I didn't hate his race 2 back. You know, he was kind of wide all the way around there. I thought he ran okay.
Fair.
He was close enough to a pace that was honest. He didn't win, but he didn't run poorly enough for me to be frustrated at him.
No, I think if you're looking at long shots, he's worth discussing in here. You know, whether he can work out the right trip from there. I think if it, you know, at a price, for instance, he's the same price as Sell Something. And I feel like he's probably a better horse. Is that fair?
Yes, he's definitely more consistent. Sell Something ran well last time, but got a great trip and it was fortunate. Fortunate, I think.
I agree. I mean, I got put up with him as well, and it was a DQ I actually didn't agree with, and I got put up as well. So going into the inside to the number 1 horse, Let's Go Big Blue, obviously getting money partially on his name, but he's not bad, and Melanie Giddings takes over the training from George Weaver. But I always feel like he's a horse that's got to get every single thing to go right for him, but maybe from the rail he'll get that trip.
Yeah, he's a tricky horse, right? He's won 3 times at Saratoga. I mean, if I told you I'd give you a horse that win 3 times in Saratoga in his career, I'm sure he'd be very happy about that. He ran well, and he did it on the front end, and not getting easy leads. I remember one of those races, he was getting hooked all the way around there. I think he's a talented horse, and from the inside, I'd be curious to see if they kind of send him away from there. That might not be ideal with the other speed in here, but he does have some ability.
Well, I think you're going to see Jose Lezcano look to be forward. I don't think he's going to engage the 3 or 6, but I could absolutely looking to see if he can take advantage and get himself in that pocket trip. And I think he's far from impossible. And I think he's a better horse than the horse outside of him, who's a similar price, Born Dancer.
Yeah, Born Dancers, it's always weird when you see a horse who comes from basically last and then the start before that, wire to field. So it's like, which animal am I going to get today? Is this a horse that's going to be forward? I guess it's probably a positive that the horse can handle a number of circumstances. We'll see if Kendrick decides. You'd like to think Kendrick's aware that there's other speed in here as a guy who is so, good when it comes to taking advantage of paceless races. Let's see if he takes back and makes one run.
But he could also have the same thought in mind we're talking about with Jose Lezcano with Let's Go Big Blue to try to get that coveted pocket trip. And interestingly enough, a lot of things depend on what the 6 does early in this race. If Ramon Vasquez is aggressive with him, he could be in front. He could certainly get in the way with It's All Coming Together. If he's not, this pace is going to be very tepid, and that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt the favorite in this race, Be of Courage.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the more and more I talk about it, I feel very confident that Be of Courage is the most likely winner here. But I feel fine with taking the 7-2 on the 3. It's all coming together just in case the pace isn't particularly quick. Because it's New York. We've seen it before. There's 4 horses in here that could make the lead, and they could all grab and go 25 to the half.
Gotta think Jose Gomez is thinking go forward with It's All Coming Together, especially, say, coming out of that 5-furlong race. Heading into the gate for a good one, the 7th race. We are on the turf. The turf is listed as good. Chris Griffin has the call.
Forever and King of Comedy. King of Comedy is in. All set. And they're off. Let's Go Big Blue has early speed, but is going to take back as It's All Coming Together is now going to cross over. Let's Go Big Blue just had to check briefly. Bar 14 is going to join the early leader. It's All Coming Together is in front, and Bar 14, and these two create about 2.5 lengths of separation there on Born Dancer, who's alone in 3rd. King of Comedy is going to stalk from 4th. Just off of them at the rail, Let's Go Big Blue. Didn't want to be with the early action, is now taken back towards the tail end. Also progressing comes Clever Forever, the 2 at the back. Be of Courage and Sell Something is 8 lengths the trailer, 23-3. Was a pressured opening quarter here. It's all coming together in front. Bar 14 is right there, though, is within a half length of that leader. And here comes Born Dancer from 3rd, is right there with King of Comedy as they travel as a pair and moving forward. Clever Forever is about to join them, 3 wide mid-pack. Then at the rail in the green cap is Let's Go Big Blue. Saving ground to the inside of Be of Courage, Sell Something. Starting to get closer. 48-4 for the half-mile time. It's All Coming Together is trying to take them all the way. It's All Coming Together. We'll take them into the far turn. Bar 14 and Ramon Vasquez, they continue to be right there towards the outside. Now called upon for the effort is Clever Forever as it'll hustle along 3rd. And at the rail is Born Dancer. In between horses, King of Comedy has lost some ground. Just having to check again. Let's Go Big Blue is in some traffic as they reach the top of the lane. It's All Coming Together has now quickly put 3 lengths on the rest of the field. Be of Courage, Javier Castellano, they're on the move, and Let's Go Big Blue. It's All Coming Together has got a 4-5 length cushion here approaching the final 16th. Be of Courage has run up into 2nd, but running out of time. It's All Coming Together will take them all the way. It's All Coming Together wins it over Be of Courage. Then came Born Dancer and Bar 14 in 1 minute 42 seconds flat.
It all came together for It's All Coming Together, and Phil Serpy and Jose Gomez. And I love the fact that Jose Gomez was not going to let bar 14 have the lead. If he was going to press him, he was going to have to beat him that way.
Yeah, it was a very confident ride where he knew that he was on a good horse, that he didn't necessarily have to get too cute. He just went out there and let him roll. This is a great example to me of horses that are forward, that run well, have better chances of winning than horses that come from off of it, that run well. I just, look, I think the 8, Be of Courage, ran well, but on the backside, he got in between horses. He had to kind of slow down, go around. I don't know if that necessarily cost him, but it's just a harder thing to overcome coming from off the pace.
Yeah, I don't think either of us are saying the number 8, Be of Courage, had a bad trip because it was an honest pace out front. And, they went 42. This track is on the firm side of good, to say the least, in here. But you're right, because, okay, 23.68 the first quarter. The inquiry has nothing to do with the winner. I have no idea what they're talking about.
It looks like it's flashing 8.26, so we'll see.
We'd have to see a head-on to see it. It doesn't concern the winner of this race, though. Jonathan and I have some 3/8s, so we don't want to see anything bad happen here. But I don't think there's any doubt the winner, he didn't do anything wrong. He was just much the best. We have another camera angle that you can't see yet. We will get the head-on that John and I will look at. Well, they just took it off. I don't know what's going on here. All right.
Take a look at the 8, 2, and the 6. It sounds like those are the ones that they're looking at.
2's on the rail. The 6 is too wide. The 6 is backing up. Well, based on that, that would be one of the most ridiculous disqualifications I've ever seen. But perhaps took out a weapon or something for him to go by. I mean, the 6 was stopping at that point, Jonathan.
Yeah, we'll see it better here.
A little better. This is not a true head-on, but we'll see a little better.
Keep your eyes on the inside horse, the 2.
He does come over. To be fair, he comes over. I don't know that I'd take him down, but he came over. Oh, we'll get a true head-on. It's probably look worse for him. He did come over. I'll give him that. I don't think it affected the order of finish, but he did come over, so he could come down, Jonathan, I'm sad to say.
If you have the 3/8, it feels like the 8 is not really.
I don't know, man.
It came in a little. The 2
he did
came
come
out
in a little. I get it. I guess I feel a little like the last race. Richie, any thoughts on this one?
Well, I do think he bothered a stopping horse, but he definitely bothered the 6, bar 14. And, as a rider, you get very upset with other riders when you're stopping and you get taken advantage of because you can't protect yourself at that point. To me, that's when I used to get angry. If I had horse and you beat me to a spot or you took a spot from me, hats off to you. But when I'm empty and you take my ground, I'm mad because I can't protect myself. Now, if they go with the fact they don't think it cost them a placing, that's one thing. But there's no doubt that the 8 bothered the 6. Be of Courage bothered the 6, bar 14.
Yeah, listen, I'm a little biased, and so is Jonathan. We both have 3/8. I don't think that, I tell you what, it's not dissimilar to when Be of Courage got taken down a few races ago. I think he was best. I don't think justice was done, but he did commit a foul, and he did commit a foul here, Jonathan.
Yeah, Richie brings up an interesting point. He said bothered a stopping horse, a tiring horse. I think that's an important part of it, right? Did he cost that horse an order? Did he cost the horse a placing? The 6 horse, and it feels like the 6 was going to run 4th regardless of that happening.
Right, and maybe justice is a fine of the rider and not changing the order of finish. But Richie, do you think the stewards are looking at it a little differently because this is the 2nd race in a row where Javier is involved in the situation, or are they separate events?
I do, Andy. Now, every incident is supposed to be judged on its own merits. It's an individual incident, but I think human nature, when the same rider is involved twice, back-to-back races in an inquiry, I think they tend to probably be a little bit harsher. I just don't think that you can put it aside, even though you're supposed to be completely unbiased with whatever happened previous to this. Just think it does happen that way. It's been my experience, at least when I was riding. If I was involved in multiple inquiries in a short period of time, it always seemed that, like, the hammer started to come down.
Well, we'll see if all the phones stay intact, Richie, in the jocks room if there's a disqualification here. My feeling with the MiG was, and this is objective even before I knew him, he was the greatest actor ever. The MiG knew how to get put up as well as any rider in the game. I mean, he knew how to play it perfectly. He was the best.
Well, you know, you owe it to your owners. You owe it to the trainers, right?
The
I mean, yeah, you owe it to everyone. That
yourself.
If you get interfered a little bit with, and let's call it on a scale of 1 to 10 of 5, you better act like it was a 7.
These riders would do well to speak to the MiG. Maybe you should run a course, Richie, talking to the riders. You could make some money here. Teach these guys the Richard Migliore school of how to get put up.
Yeah, and there's a way of doing it, too, where you don't really have to grab your horse's mouth. Get a good fistful of mane, grab the mane like you're pulling on the reins, pop up in the air. But then the selling point is you've got to let your backside hit the saddle, and it makes it look so much more dramatic. It really does. And they go, man, he almost went down. And all it is really is you're pulling on mane and letting your bottom pop off the saddle.
Richie,
So,
don't give it away for free, okay? The Migliore How to Get Put Up School could be very, very lucrative for you. I want to kick back on that, so don't give away all your secrets. But I know I got put up a few times with the MiG when I thought that horse should not have come down, but the MiG knew how to sell it. And honestly, all kidding aside, I think that's changed in the game, Richie. Riders used to sell it a lot better than they do now. No, we lost him. He's gone. Inquiry's still going on. They are blinking 8-2-6. And let people know, if they take the 8 down, in all likelihood, he would get placed 4th. It would be 3-2-6-8. And the way they're looking at this much, I would expect him to come down at this point. And I don't think it's a terrible takedown. But we are going to go to break. We know it didn't matter with the 3. It's all coming together. We'll see what happens. America's Day at the Races will continue. Hopefully we'll be back with a result.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
And the run, Happy Travers!
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As expected, you see there was a change. The official order of finish is 3-2-6-8. The number 8 B of Courage was deemed to be fouled. Both the 2 and 6 comes down. And Jonathan, in the scope of disqualifications, I don't think this was a bad call. Frustrating.
No, look, there's when it comes to DQs, there's the ones that are offensive that you really just don't like to see. And there's some that you just, look, I get it, makes sense. If I was affected, if I had the 2 or I had the 6, I would feel very just right now. And if I had the 8, I'd be a little frustrated, but I don't have a problem with the decision.
I don't either. It's a hard one because the 8 was really the second best horse in here, but it is nowhere near as bad as the DQ at Assiniboia the other night. There was a DQ at Assiniboia. It's on that pantheons of worst calls of all time. I have to get that for you and show you the head on. Some of you, I'm sure, know what I'm talking about. But as you see, the official winner is the 3. It's all coming together, who paid $840 on the win end. 3, 2, 6, 8, the official order finish after the 8 was disqualified. It's unusual to see a horse that's been disqualified in 2 of its last 4 efforts.
Well, you start to ask yourself, in the stretch, they must get a little wonky going both directions. So probably something they need to try to figure out how to get resolved.
Yeah, I don't think this one is on Javier Castellano. I really don't. Just as I didn't think the other one was necessarily an IRAD, I'm starting to wonder if it's this horse. Well, that's the 7th race, an official race. Let's take a look at the 8th race today. The 6 Shigeko is scratched. The favorite right now is the number 7 Chasing Daylight, who I like a little bit, though I won't be betting at 2-1. Haven't looked at the multis, but right now a fairly open board here. Only Crystal Air is a long shot here with our friend Romero Mirage. But a lot more coming up as well on today's show. And we are going to, what are we talking about here? We're going to talk about Mystic Dan. Mystic Dan is in Saratoga. I'm a little jealous. I wish I was up there.
Yeah, no, look, it's a great place. I'm excited to get up there, especially this time of the year. Just feels a little bit different, right?
No, it is. I mean, it's so funny. I mean, you've obviously been living up there for a while and seen it. Man, you go to the Oklahoma there in May, and if you didn't know, nobody could convince you they're not racing across the street because it's so active. But it's great to have Mystic Dan there, the Kentucky Derby winner, second in the Preakness, and Ken McPeak is yet to decide whether he'll run in the Belmont. If he's doing well, he'll run. Kenny's a gamer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Kenny McPeak, he'll if he's got a horse that he thinks fits somewhere, he doesn't care. He's going to run. And I don't think that'll be any different with Mystic Dan. And he ran well in the Derby. And he didn't run poorly in the Preakness. I think maybe he might have disappointed in terms of what maybe some people might have hoped he would have done. But as long as he's healthy and ready to go, I think he'll run in the Belmont Stakes.
No, I do too. I agree. And obviously, Kenny has to make a decision with his filly, Torpedo Anna. I would imagine he'll probably opt for the Acorn. Now, do you think her chance of running in the Belmont are greatly increased if Mystic Dan doesn't go?
I mean, I guess you would think that they're going to be a little bit increased, but I'm having a hard time with this one because why not just run in the Grade 1 Acorn? And then, if you want to do something crazy, let's talk Haskell or Travers.
Like,
why? I just don't think this is the time. Let's get her another Grade 1 and a prestigious one at that. You got the Alabama if you want to do the 1.25 mile thing later on. I just don't see.
I don't understand this impetus to have to run against the boys, especially so fast. If she's still in training next year and you want to try the boys, I got it. She's an exciting horse, Richie. What do you think we see with Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan?
Well, I just think it depends how Mystic Dan is bounced out of the back-to-back races, the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, whether he's going to contest the Belmont Stakes. He shipped directly to Saratoga, has been training there. I got some look at him on video, and I thought he looked really good, but they still have plenty of time to make that decision. I think Torpedo Anna will be in the Belmont Stakes if Mystic Dan is not. I think Kenny wants to be represented there. I also think that, let's be honest, these are good colts. I don't think it's one of the better crops we've seen in a number of years. And they may develop and get better as time goes on, and maybe there'll be some terrific 4-year-olds in here. But right now, at this stage, as good as Torpedo Anna ran in the Kentucky Oaks, I'd have to think she'd be a handful at the 1.25 mile of the Belmont this year. So I think it all is predicated, though, on what Mystic Dan does.
Well, I don't disagree with anything the Big said there. But you and I feel like, I put it this way, if you and I had her, we'd be in the Acorn.
Absolutely. And don't get me wrong. I'm one of those people who I fell in love with this game. A majority of my time falling in love with this game was when Rachel was doing outstanding things running against the boys, right? Her Preakness, her Haskell, her Woodward. I mean, those are 3 of the most favorite races of my entire life. But she was brilliant. She wasn't just good. She was brilliant. And nothing against Torpedo Anna. She's
no
very
Rachel
good,
Alexandra.
but she's not brilliant yet. Let's just take your time.
And she's good.
Very good.
I'm a big
Very
fan.
good.
She is very, very good.
Yeah.
She laid a very nice Kentucky Oaks field to waste. She is the goods, and I don't disagree with Richie. There are no killers in this 3-year-old male crop. She would be competitive in there. I just think that's not necessarily the time to go. I'm with you. I would be looking more at the Haskell. If I was going to do it this year, I might be looking to run the table in these 3-year-old filly races, look towards the Breeders' Cup, and then next year take your shot against the boys.
She still has a championship on the line. She can still win the 3-year-old championship, which means a lot for a broodmare in terms of their value moving forward and their offspring's value moving forward. So let's just go ahead and secure that first, and then let's start being ambitious.
As you say, the Acorn, the Coach Club American Oaks, the Alabama for sure. The Alabama in a lot of ways is the single most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies. It's been around a lot longer than the Kentucky Oaks, and then you talk about potentially the Cotillion and the Breeders' Cup. These are big purses, important Grade 1 races. She doesn't have to try the boys. It's not like the glory is necessarily always worth it, because how does she come out of a Belmont Stakes? Where does she go from there? What if things don't go right? And I think right now a horse would be odds on in the Acorn.
Absolutely.
So see what happens. Either way, we'll be seeing her in Belmont Stakes weekend. I'm excited because I really, and I know you agree, I'm a huge fan of hers. Of course, once again, Belmont Stakes weekend, it'll start on Thursday, June the 6th. Got the 4 stakes on Thursday, including the win and you're in for the Melbourne Cup with the Belmont Gold Cup winner. The Friday, 3 Grade 1s, the New York, the Acorn, the Just a Game, the Intercontinental Grade 2 at 6 furlongs, all about the fillies and mares on Friday. And of course, the 6 Grade 1s and 9 graded stakes on Saturday's card at Saratoga. New York breds on Sunday. It is going to be a weekend to remember, an amazing weekend of racing coming up, and watch all of the action on Fox Sports, including the Belmont Stakes on Saturday, June the 8th. A lot more to come. They're getting ready for today's 8th race. There's Bruce Flavien saddling the 3 Echo and Eternity. America's Day at the Races rolls along.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. A nice scene at the infield at Aqueduct, where we'll be throughout this weekend. Of course, after Sunday, we'll be off until June 6th when we're running at the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, and looking in the paddock there is the number 3. 3 Echo and Eternity, who is a slight favorite looking at the doubles, as it is on the board over the 1 and 7.
I wasn't crazy about this horse, honestly, at a short price. I mean, I thought, ran well enough last time, but kind of got loose and kind of turned it away, got beat by 4. I just...
Should also be noted, the last race, the heavy favorite stumbled very badly at the start, which compromised her chances. So in some ways, the performance was even a little bit worse. Let's get more on her and the rest of the field for race number 8 from the MIG.
Yeah, guys, we'll start right next door to the 3 Echo and Eternity with the 2 Duck Fat. It is a really big, solid 6-year-old mare by Quality Road, who tends to throw those horses that carry a bit more weight and just have a more solid kind of build. She doesn't have a winning profile, 1 win from 28 starts with 4 seconds, but I liked her from a physical perspective, and I actually like her stretching out to the mile. I think she's a little bit slow early, and I think she's a horse that, we talk about it a lot, Andy, horses that, are closing at shorter distances. Do they actually do better going further? Most of the time, that's not the case. I do think in this particular instance, more ground will help the 2 Duck Fat. The 3 Echo and Eternity taking the money, making a nice appearance physically. She is a 5-year-old mare that has only started 5 times. I do feel like that last effort might be dressed up a little bit. And for you Gladiator fans, what we do in life, Echoes in Eternity, horse that really caught my eye, and if I was just picking purely on what I see here in the paddock, would be the 7 Chasing Daylight. And then, of course, you start digging a little deeper when you like one from a physical perspective. And Chasing Daylight, last time she was 7 of 7, going 7 furlongs. She won quite nicely. If you go back, actually going a mile, 7 of 7. Anytime she's outside, she runs better. I feel like she's been caught in some very fast paces and fighting for the lead. She's a 4-time winner from 13 starts, so she knows how to win. And I just think being outside gives Jose Gomez options and allows her to get into the race the right way. I think she is very interesting from the outside.
Thanks, Richie. I think she's interesting as well, but this is the day for her to put up or shut up. They'll be leaving the paddock soon. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with the post parade for race number 8.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Jonathan Kinchin, Richard Migliori, and Andy Serling with the last couple of races coming to you from Belmont at the Big A. here at Aqueduct on a beautiful summer-like afternoon. Temperatures in the 80s. Horses leaving the paddock for this race. Number 1, Foxy Cara. And I think the question with Foxy Cara, the closer, is twofold. Will she get enough pace? And is she going to be as proficient at a mile? Because she may be a closer that really doesn't want more distance.
If I knew that the 1 Foxy Cara would just be just a little bit closer, just a little bit connected, I would pick her in here. I just don't trust her to get herself into a position where she can win this race.
1 for 16 with 10 seconds and third, 7 of them third. The 2 Duck Fat at 1 for 28 with 11 seconds and thirds.
Yeah, 1 for 28, but it's been bet in the last 3 races and still hasn't won. That's a concern to me.
A little better with moistures. The 3 Echo and Attorney, the favorite, Ramon Vasquez, riding for Bruce Levine.
I don't necessarily have a problem with this horse. I just don't really understand why this horse is the favorite in here. I feel like others make a little bit more sense.
I think that's a valid thought. The 4 Crystal Air, the long shot in here, going out for Mary Alice Coffey, is having a terrific year.
Yeah, it was close to a slow pace last time, but has been wide in the last 2 starts.
The 5 Joey the Fish. This one comes from way back.
If Joey the Fish isn't last early, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Some other rider is making a mistake. The number 7 is Chasing Daylight. Speed from the outside. Jose Gomez looking for back-to-back wins, this time for Rudy Rodriguez.
And not a whole lot of like ones when you're looking at the past performances in terms of pace, but the pace figures are so much faster than everyone else. This horse has to be on the lead to me. I'm going to pick the 7 Chasing Daylight.
I'm with you on that one, Jonathan. Talk about Naira Bets. If you're not playing through Naira Bets, get on board with Naira Bets. No better time than now. Use the promo code Belmont25. We'll not only match the $200 of your initial deposit, but we will also give you a free $25 bet for the Belmont Stakes. Bet any track, anywhere. Play through Naira Bets. Let's take a look at the 3 Echo Eternity's last race. And talking about that race, keep in mind, she lost to a horse that was around 40-1 in here last time out, Levon, and though she was not favored, the heavy favorite stumbled badly at the start.
Yeah, the tricky thing for me with the 3 Echo in Eternity was the horse got loose last time. Horse ran a lifetime best number and still didn't win. So how much better can the circumstances today be for Echo in Eternity? And look, if the horse was 5-1, I'd have no problem getting excited about an opportunity to bet her here, but as the favorite, I just feel like there's more interesting horses, and to me, that's the 7 Chasing Daylight.
No, I don't disagree with you. Chasing Daylight, and I'm with you. Echo Eternity can win this race, but I don't really have any great feeling for this horse off of her last race. I think it looks a little better than it was because of the circumstance of that horse stumbling, whereas the 7 Chasing Daylight, this horse has had excuses in races, fast paces, and I don't know what Jose Gomez was thinking engaging in that wicked pace last time out.
Well, I'm hoping that he keeps that same energy for this race. Be forward. Please be forward.
Oh, he needs to be in front today.
Be involved here. So whatever he was thinking then, I hope he thinks now. But that's the thing. I think that's why I like Chasing Daylight, Andy, is because this horse was involved in a fast pace. And although it didn't work out, it does indicate that you'd like to think Chasing Daylight will be forward in this race.
Well, one of the worst mistakes you'll see riders or trainers make is they're aggressive with a horse and it doesn't work out. And then they're in a race where they have to be aggressive and they need to be in front. And Richie, sometimes then they'll say, well, we've been aggressive, it hasn't worked out, we're going to rate today. And today, Richie, is the day you need to be on the lead.
Yeah, but I don't think, though, he needs to send her. I think he just needs to let her find her rhythm, which is going to put her on the lead. I don't think you want to get in the way of that. Don't take anything away that comes easy. But I think it would be a mistake to send at the same time. There's a middle ground there, right? I think, riders sometimes do too much. Sometimes you're better off being a passenger than a pilot and allow the horse to take you to the spot. We know that Chasing Daylight has natural speed. She's gotten herself into a position where she's caught up in fast paces. The outside post today, don't take her speed away, but you're not forced into rushing her into a pace battle. I just think she gets a lot more comfortable, looked great physically in the paddock, continue to impress in the warm-up. Once again, guys, with the Three Stooges, we're all on the same horse. It worked out the last race. Hopefully it works out again here. the 3 Echo in Eternity looks fantastic. And I will say this, guys, I do think she take a step forward from her last start to this start. She's a big mare, carries some weight. Every race this year has been a little better. It feels like she's kind of raced into condition. Her coat, it looks even better than her last race. So maybe she's got another step forward in her as well. But I'm right along with you with the 7, Chasing Daylight, because she doesn't have to chase Daylight. She's out there in the clear to begin with.
Yeah, and I think I used the wrong words with Richie. I agree. He shouldn't be an all-out send. Just don't get in her way. If you don't get in the way of the number 7 in this race, Chasing Daylight, with a clean break, she'll be in front.
Yeah, no, I mean, if she pops away from there, like Andy said, like Richie said, and just kind of let her find her rhythm, she should find herself on the front end. And if someone's going too fast in front of her, she's still in a good spot to be sitting off of them. I don't think she wants to be too far back. The horse that's interesting in here to me is the 1 Foxy Cara, because if she can find a way to stay connected to this group, be within 2 or 3 lengths, say those horses that have speed don't use that speed and try to walk the dog and they invite her into the race, I think she could be tough in here if she can stay connected.
I worry a little bit that she's a little better going a little shorter. And I agree with you. Her recent races are fast enough to win this race. The public obviously agrees as well, as she's taking a lot of money. But I wonder if she's one of these closing types that probably doesn't get as more effective the farther they go.
That's a phenomenal point. I think it's a mistake that people often make is with a late running sprinter, this idea that, they want to go further. You even see it in longer distance races like the Kentucky Derby when a horse finishes well in the Derby. They can't wait to go a mile and a half.
It's a Belmont horse.
And it's just not true. That's not how it works. Those late kicks are intensified when they run a little bit shorter.
Has the Belmont horse ever won? The horse that back in like March people were telling you that's the Belmont horse? I don't think they've ever won.
What about
Creator?
Creator, that's a good one. What about the Taprit? What about Taprit? He was kind of pluggy, like they thought maybe he would.
He was definitely good enough to win the worst Belmont Stakes we've ever run. He and Commendable should be in a match race somewhere against the 2 slowest Belmont Stakes winners of all time, but that is a reasonable point. The 2 Duck Fat, I don't usually, very few horses get better on wet. A lot of horses don't handle wet tracks. There aren't that many horses that move up on wet tracks. I think Duck Fat's a little better in a wet track. I know 1 for 28. It's hard to believe she's good at anything, but I think she's faster when she gets moisture, which she does not get today.
Yeah, I think from a figure standpoint, her 2 seconds on an off track are probably some of her fastest races.
Yeah, and she's just had so many chances to get it done. As right now you're seeing the board moving around a little bit. Foxy Cara's the 3rd choice. So actually 3 2-to-1s, and that's somewhat reflected in the doubles, where I think there's a $1 difference. It's like 15, 16, and 17, 3, 7, 1. But the 3 a slight favorite right now, Echo and Eternity.
At the same price, does it change how you feel about those 3 horses? If
No.
you know they're going to all go off at 2-to-1.
I prefer the number 3, Chasing Daylight.
You said the number 3. You mean
number
the
7, Chasing Daylight. Excuse me.
Me
I
too.
prefer her, and I think so. I don't think 5. She was never going to be as big as the morning line. The question is what you think is a fair price. I don't love her at 7-2. Don't get me wrong, because I think it's fair to say with Chasing Daylight, okay, she's had some excuses. There's also a question of how much she has left in the tank.
Absolutely, 100%. I will always defer in a situation like this where it feels like being forward is where you want to go. I'm going to always kind of go to the horse that has the higher pace figures, because to me that's the best illustration of energy distribution for someone who has a lot of early speed. If you find a way to kind of ration that speed, they should be in good shape when they turn for home. So that's why I landed on Chasing Daylight over the 3. Echo and Eternity.
Yeah, I didn't bet her to win. I bet some doubles with some horses I like in the last race to try to get live with her. Betting her at 2-to-1 in this race to win does not do a lot for me, and I'll be honest with you. See, the thing about second, horses like the 1 and even the 2, I think if I had a strong opinion against Echo and Eternity, which I don't, I could see making 7-1 and little 7-2 or something and play against, but I'm not really against the 3 Echo and Eternity here. I don't have a strong opinion. I just know that my top choice, like you said, is Chasing Daylight.
Yeah, I know people like to joke about my affinity for favorites, but I will lean and love a favorite, but they have to check all the boxes and make me feel very warm and fuzzy, and that's not what the 3 does here.
I agree. I would, at the same price, I prefer the 7. They're loading into the gate for race number 8. Chris Griffin has the call.
Joey the Fish. Echo and Eternity acted
the
up.
3, Echo and Eternity broke through the gate, nothing major. The rider was able to control her pretty quickly. They'll move her around the back of the gate. The vet will take a look at her, and hopefully everything is okay, and they will reload her and get today's race going.
Echo and Eternity back with the assistant starter. Joey the Fish is stepping forward, now goes in. Chasing Daylight. And now Echo in Eternity will be last to load. And moves in. All set. And they're off. Chasing Daylight breaks very well from an outside draw. It's Chasing Daylight who's drifting out as well, but Chasing Daylight is the leader. Echo and Eternity and Crystal Air in between horses. Now these 3 across the racetrack. In the 4th spot is going to be Foxy Kara. They're very spread apart here as they come out of the chute. Second to last is Duck Fat, and the early trailer is Joey the Fish. Chasing Daylight, the center of the racetrack, is the leader, just winging on the front end, 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Wants none of the rail so far, but now is going to start to get a touch closer, and Chasing Daylight is up by a full length. Crystal Air is down to the inside in second. Echo and Eternity, Ramon Vasquez wants a more forward position, starts to move forward from the 3rd spot, and these 2 are stalking the pace setter still, Chasing Daylight, who's got 4 furlongs left to go. Foxy Kara still alone in 4th. Duck Fat, and far back still, Joey the Fish. 45-4, the half-mile time. Chasing Daylight is the leader, is a half length in front. Crystal Air is moving through at the rail. The rail is open if Crystal Air is good enough. Now under drive, here comes the run from Foxy Kara. Echo and Eternity's got to do better from there as Foxy Kara's just looking for a seam. Now splits rivals and tips to the 3 path to chase Chasing Daylight, who's still there. Chasing Daylight still holding him off. Crystal Air is battling on towards the inside, making up mild ground as Foxy Kara in the center of the racetrack inside the final furlong. Down to this trio, Chasing Daylight, Crystal Air trying everything down on the inside. Foxy Kara is trying to time it up. Here comes Crystal Air, Chasing Daylight, very game. These 2 down to the line. Crystal Air gets up. Crystal Air gets up at 23-1 to win it over Chasing Daylight. Then Foxy Kara and Duck Fat in 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
If you bet this horse at 23-1, I think you got robbed, Jonathan. She should have been 123-1. I thought Romero Mirage was absolutely insane to be on the send he was on, and she outgamed Chasing Daylight, and the one Foxy Kara put on one of the greatest hang jobs in racing history.
That was an exciting race, but I got to tell you, the desk was exciting. The ups and downs, the emotions from Andy, the declarations from me. That was a very confusing race. I thought for sure the 4 was going to spit the bit at some point.
How could she not?
Yeah, and
she's never run a race that's even remotely competitive.
Midway in the race, I thought Foxy Kara couldn't lose at that point. And the stretch you thought she was gonna lose.
You said to me she's hanging. You were right.
And then that was a wild finish. Chasing Daylight ran well, but the winner ran better.
No, I agree. You can't complain. She didn't get lucky to win. I don't know how she won. She got the money, and we will have a carryover in this Pick 6 after a couple of upsets. I don't even think the other one was as big an upset, even though she was 20-1. This one, I don't know how you have this one, but if you're alive in multi-race bets, a tip of the cap to you, and I hope you get it home because you deserve it. This is a very, very hard horse to like.
The one Foxy Kara, we talked about it before, is to me a great example of her kick was just dulled a little bit by that added distance.
No, right. I agree. Trying to get the mile, she just did not finish. She could not have gotten a better setup. Dornoch didn't get out of the gate well in the Derby. Both Jonathan and I think might have actually helped his chances where he finished 10th, but he'll be trying to get things back together as the half-brother to Mage is up in Saratoga and getting a bath.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, two-time Grade 1 winner Gunite and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gun Runner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And we've got the Fasig-Tipton walk into the winner's circle, an upset for another big-priced winner for Romero Mirage. Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital. Visit digital.fasig-tipton.com to learn more. Richie is standing down with the star of the show and probably has an insult for his cousin, Rajiv. Let's go to the MIG.
Yeah, I'm here with the good-looking Mirage, Romero. Romero, everybody knows I'm a big fan. And no mistaking that you win on big price horses because you're giving your horses every chance, putting them in the right positions. But what impressed me today was how strong you finished. And I really like the way you hand ride. Is that something you continue to work on?
Yeah, I've been working on it for the last year and a half, especially with my older cousin Raj, just polishing up everything day by day, getting stronger, knowing that, tomorrow is, I hope for improvement, but I know it's not going to be a sudden change overnight. So I just try to get a little bit better every day. I'm in the gym a lot, so I just try to improve as much as I can and try to get stronger every day.
Years past, you've gone to Monmouth, you bounced around. You made a decision this year to dig in and stay put, and it seems like it's working out very well.
Yeah, this year I have to stay put for sure. This winter that just passed, I had a pretty decent winter, but I can't be a top rider in New York if I'm riding Monmouth, Delaware, Parks, wherever it may be, and that's truly my end goal. So it's tough to ship around. I know the summer's going to be tough with all these great riders coming back, but I just have to stick it out and work hard, and whatever comes, but improve every day and try to win as much as I can, but polish up my riding every single race.
Well, don't you feel like when you ride with good riders, good things rub off? You pick up good habits and you learn from them.
Yeah, every day I learn from these older riders. They tell me what not to do, what to do, and it's amazing when I'm in the race with them how confident and how comfortable they are, not only as riders but as horsemen as well. So it really rubs off on me, and I try to pick up as much as I can with these guys because they're just so good, honestly. The year that I've been, or the year and a half that I've been riding in New York, I've learned so much from them rather than the years prior to that where I was riding in other tracks. But here it's just, the best of the best, honestly, and I'm happy to be here and happy to be learning from all of them.
Well, your enthusiasm rubs off not just on the people around you, but the horses you're riding. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Guys, just impresses me more and more every day, and he's a easy young man to root for. He's got the right kind of personality, and he works hard.
I don't think there's any doubt we hired the wrong Mirage. I think it's not too late to make a change. Rajiv, get back in the saddle. Romero, you're coming on the show. Gets the job done at $49. And Jonathan and I are talking about the fact that everybody but the 2, 3, 6, 10, and 12 covered in this pick six. Almost think it's one person alive for $44,000 for the whole pool in the pick six. Must have gone some combination of 1 by 2 by 2 with 2 alls in there to get this horse in there. And every single payout in the pick 5 is higher than the pick 6. Not surprising because of the finite pool situation.
Yeah, that can happen from time to time. It's, those the pick 6, downstate when it's not a carryover day. There's only so much that's going to be in the pool, right? Now to hit this pick 6 on a carryover day would be probably a life-changing score.
Would definitely have been bigger. There are situations where I completely agree. I think it's a very, very different situation here. But good luck to your person alive. Someone's texting me. It's probably him. Yeah, the guy who's alive just texted me. This is the second time, and I'm not even going to say who it is. He's a kind of dopey horse owner. It's not what you're thinking. Who's alive, and he's alive with all of them. But there's another time when I said, "How's anybody alive?" and he had them all. Good luck. I still think the 6 can beat him. Let's head to Acacia and get more on Door Knock. I don't know. I think she was saying some brilliant stuff there, though. What do you think, Jonathan?
Yeah, I was trying to read her lips. I think she was
good
saying.
lip reader?
I think she was saying that Door Knock's got a good brother.
He's a full brother. I apologize.
Yeah,
good
full
magics.
brother to good magic to Mage, and then I think she was saying something about Door Knock missing the break in the Derby.
Missing the break. I know he finished 10th. I think helped him. If he was forward in that race, he could have finished in the back of the pack.
No, absolutely. I mean, he ended up running better than I thought he would run, but he ran differently than I thought he would run. I thought he was from the rail with Louis going to be sent away from there.
Well, I mean, Danny Gargan said he wanted him to go. We believe that we do have Acacia Clement this time. Acacia, take it away.
I promise you it wasn't that life-changing what I was saying before. But as far as Door Knock, as you guys mentioned, the full brother to Mage. And I remember when he walked into the paddock as a 2-year-old, Maggie Wolfendale and I looking at each other and going, wow, he looks absolutely nothing like Mage. Now, he has grown and filled out as a 3-year-old. Danny Gargan telling me this morning after his work, he'd still like to put a little bit more weight and muscle conditioning on him. But that's not uncommon for a horse that's come out of these Triple Crown races. He worked in company this morning, going in 48-3. With his stablemate Ramblin' Wreck, and I thought he did it very well. I thought it was a nice workout from him. He pulled out beautifully, watching him back at the barn. Look, he's the type of horse that certainly does have to prove himself stepping forward in this type of company. He has the pedigree for it for sure, and off of that pedigree and his size and his physical makeup, you would say that distance is not a problem. So we'll see if he can make some amends from that Derby effort where, as you mentioned, he did not break well, but he wasn't the only horse working this morning. As we mentioned, we did get a chance to see Fierceness working in company with his stablemate Mindframe. They went 50 flat for 4 furlongs, and to my eye, Mindframe finishing up much better than his stablemate tomorrow. Though Andy will get a chance to see Sierra Leone working, and there's a lot still to come up here at Saratoga.
A lot of questions, and thank you, Acacia. A lot of questions to be answered in this Belmont Stakes, and it's interesting. It's a very different race at 10 furlongs as opposed to 12 furlongs, but in a lot of ways, I think it answers more questions because it isn't the same kind of battle of stamina.
Absolutely, yeah, and there's not that question you have to answer when you're handicapping it in terms of like who's going to handle the distance, because we already kind of know a lot of these horses, how they're going to run them a 1.25 miles or a 1 3/16 from the Preakness. So, she said something interesting there with Mindframe and Fierceness working together. I don't think Fierceness has ever necessarily been like the greatest workhorse in the world. At least I hadn't always heard
I think he's pretty
that.
good.
But not like a monster in the mornings, not to match the performances that I think he's had in the afternoon.
Yeah, he's got a problem with Seize the Grey. Seize the Grey winning the Preakness didn't help him because Wayne Lucas is not going to be rating. We'll see what happens. A lot more to come, a lot more information in the Belmont Stakes, and of course today's 9th race coming up in just about 15 minutes.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It is Essential Quality on the outside and Hot Rod Charlie on the inside. Essential Quality with a narrow lead. Hot Rod Charlie continues to battle on, and now there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. It is Essential Quality with the lead here over Hot Rod Charlie. Now a 16th to the finish, and it is Essential Quality, and he's showing his quality today. The champion 2-year-old has won the Test of the Champion.
Essential Quality, he was a good one, and boy, his battle with Hot Rod Charlie in this Belmont Stake was one to remember, and he ended up being a well-deserving 3-year-old champ.
Yeah, Hot Rod Charlie ran so good and showed how good of and how talented he was. But Essential Quality also ran well, kind of lived up to what I think we all thought he was going to be, and then he continued to do so with his win in the Travers.
No, he was a terrific racehorse. I'm sorry they retired him. That's a horse that they could have stuck around another year with. I don't know why Darley retires these horses.
I'll be interested to see. I think he'll probably be a pretty good stallion. He was good when he was young.
I agree, but it would have been nice if horses like him and Bernardini stayed in training for another year. Not sure the hurry for Godolphin to retire that one. And talking about the Belmont 2-year-old champions win the Belmont Stakes, we didn't have him for a while after Easy Goer. It took 26 years for American Pharaoh, 6 more to Essential Quality. Whether or not Fierce that's done remains to be seen.
I mean, it just says something about the horses when you look at that list. It's like brilliance as a 2-year-old, but still the stamina to be able to get the two turns of the to be a 2-year-old champion, whether it be the Champagne or whatever race they were running in, and then to come back and win that 1.5-mile race as a 3-year-old. It's just that longevity that shows greatness.
No, there are some tremendous names on that list. No bad horses on that list. Earlier today, Acacia Clement caught up with Todd Pletcher.
Happy to be joined by trainer Todd Pletcher, who had a busy morning of Belmont Stakes preparations this morning. Todd, let's start with today at Saratoga. We saw Fierceness working in company with Mindframe. What did you see from the two of them?
I thought it was an excellent breeze from both horses, as we would expect. Both very talented colts, but cooperative. I thought it was a well-executed breeze, and we were very pleased with it.
Fierceness, coming out of the Kentucky Derby, what have you seen from him since then, and how do you think he's bounced back with a horse that obviously has a ton of talent?
Yeah, I think the Derby initially took a little toll on him. He, when he first shipped back to Saratoga, I thought he'd lost a little bit of weight, so that's why we waited until today for his first breeze, and I think he's starting to come our way now. He's putting back on his weight. His coat's getting better, and so I'm happy with with the couple of weeks that he's had.
What do you think the game plan will be for him between now and the Belmont Stakes?
He'll have one more breeze, probably either next Friday or Saturday, and do some standing at the gate and maybe a little paddock schooling after that. Things, normal preparation.
And down at Belmont Park, you had the Peter Pan winner, Antiquarian, working this morning as well. What's the word on him?
Word was an outstanding work. Went 48 and change, did it well in hand, super gallop out. He too is a very talented colt, always works well, and that's what he did this morning.
And it does seem that distance really is his friend.
I think so. I mean, we've always, we were hoping to get him stretched out in the Peter Pan, and we felt like the 1 1/8 would suit him very well, and it certainly did. And I think even more ground is okay for him.
With the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga this year, obviously a place that you always come early, setting up here, training horses here. How exciting is it to see this new Belmont Stakes?
Yeah, I think it's great. It's obviously great for the Saratoga community, and it's going to be interesting to have a festival at Saratoga in June. Personally, I'll miss the Belmont at Belmont a little bit, and I always love the the 1.5 mile aspect of it. But this is a pretty good consolation.
Absolutely. Well, Todd, thanks for your time. Best of luck in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Nobody was hurt more by the Belmont Stakes leaving Belmont, because Todd Pletcher's done a lot of things well in this game, but there's nobody better than Todd in the Belmont Stakes in 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I mean, even the ones he hasn't won, even like his second.
Commissioner.
100%. 100%.
Destin. Todd has been the king of getting horses to overachieve at 12 furlongs, and definitely this move doesn't help him a lot, but that's okay. He's had a lot of success in this game, and of course the Belmont Stakes will be brought to you on Fox Sports, the second year in a row that Fox is going to be carrying that Belmont Stakes. Horses are leaving the paddock for race number 9. Are we going to break, or are we covering the paddock? We're going to do the post parade. This is getting really exciting. Heading onto the track, a big field here. Where are you going, Jonathan?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here.
I mean, where are you going in this race?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm hanging out. I like the 4 a little bit. Concerti?
Concerti,
yeah. I like Concerti.
Okay.
And I'll tell you more about it here in a little while.
I like the 9 for my friend Steve Christ, Snowy Evening. The number 1, Rebo's Valentine, hitting the racetrack. Irad Ortiz riding this horse for Mike Maker.
Yeah, it gets on the turf for the first time, but even with Ray Handel on October 19th, tried to get this horse on the turf.
There is no turf on the dam side, at least, but a point of entry, obviously, a good turf horse. Ms. Big Bucks for Kendrick Harmouche.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has some okay races and has some tactical speed as well.
True Empress tries the turf again for a second time for Carlos Martin, Louis Rivera.
Yeah, tried the turf that first time and was off the board.
The number 4, Concerti, Dylan Davis riding for Joe Sharp.
Has a lot of speed and has a sibling that won on turf.
The number 5, Spooky Lady, cuts back in distance, but she's run well on the turf. She's an awfully big price at 9-1.
Yeah, she needs the lead, but she doesn't need the lead slow. She needs to run a little bit. I think that's her best racing.
The number 6, Dream Central, switching trainers to Rachel Sells for Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, and just switching to Rachel Sells. She's got 4 wins on the year out of 105 starts.
I think this horse is a live long shot, actually, not Salib. Salib goes back to the turf off the claim for Tom Morley. Terry McCarthy went by the 8 Solo Shot. This horse came alive on the turf. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Has a lot of speed. Was one of those the mini 2-year-old winners for George Weaver last year. Does have some speed.
The number 9 horse is my top pick. Snowy Evening, David Donk, and Jose Lozcano, I believe that's the mount.
Just feels like maybe a little bit longer for this one.
Javier Castellano on Autumn Glory for Patrick Quick.
Yeah, one that I thought was okay, had a couple of starts that fit with this one, was pretty poor last time.
The 11, Munaj Daydream, Flavien Prat riding. This one is favored.
That race 2 back absolutely wins this race.
And finally, the 12, Caldwell Loves Girl, trying the turf, has some talent on the dirt.
Does have some talent on the dirt. Those first 4 starts of the career broke slowly. I'm concerned from that outside draw that you're going to end up with a really wide trip if you don't break away from there cleanly.
Head over to NyraBets.com. If you're not a member, no better time than the present. Use that promo code Belmont25, and we will give you the $200 sign-up bonus along, or match, sign-up match, along with a free $25 bet in the Belmont Stakes. Bet any track, anywhere, at any time. Play through NyraBets and use that promo code Belmont25. Let's head down to the MIG.
Hey guys, nice full field here. A lot of directions you can go. I'm going to start with a horse that hasn't tried turf before with the 1, Rebo's Valentine. maybe not a tremendous amount of turf on the female side, but by point of entry, Dynaformer horse that was very good on the turf. And from a physical perspective, Rebo's Valentine looks like the turf will be a welcome change. Just that kind of, wider, flatter foot, longer, slacker pasterns, warming up very nicely on the racetrack under Irad Ortiz. Good inside post, should probably sit that coveted pocket turf trip. I think this horse is very interesting at a big price, changing surfaces. The 7, Solib, I think this horse is getting back to what she really wants to do, and that's sprint on the turf. Her 2 7-furlong tries on the turf were very good. Getting back 6 furlongs, I just think it'll intensify her closing kick. Really well turned out, as all of Tom Morley's horses. Recently, every Tom Morley horse catches my eye, and this horse is no exception. The 9, Snowy Evening, has never looked better in her life. She is outstanding. Her dappled out, rich hydrated coat. I like the turn back for another one. I think really going to intensify that late turn of foot. Talked with Dave Donk. He said, well, the longer race hasn't gone, and she's been doing good, and he wanted to run her, and I think she's run well sprinting in the past. I think she'll run well sprinting here as well. And, of course, these are connections we're always rooting for. Steve Christ, Phil Gleaves, and partners. They're people that are easy to root for. And, Andy, they kind of cut their teeth in the game as we did. About the same time, we all came up together. And your favorite, the 11, Moon Age Daydream, she looks fantastic as well. Jorge Abreu does a great job. She should be very forward, and you get Flavien Prat. A tepid favorite here at 4-1, but I think there's several ways you can go. I wound up with the 7, Solib, because I just love the way she looked, and I like her getting back to sprinting on the grass.
With a 12-horse field, when the favorite is 4-1, that's where you can get paid if you're right. And Jonathan, I think you like the 4, Concerti, trying the turf for the first time. A big price right now for Joe Sharp, 10-1. This horse has to improve on the turf, though.
Right, single digits in every start, so there's got to be some indication there that there's some talent. The horse has shown some speed early, so there is some turn of foot there, obviously, that exists. And you got a Mendelssohn out. It's got a sibling, Karma Director, who won first time they tried the turf. Horse debuted on the dirt, didn't run particularly well. Karma Director, the sibling, came back, first start, won on the turf. So it's just, to me, this horse is going to probably run a little bit better on the turf. And if that happens, I think that they'll be right in the mix, and there's nothing wrong with that at 9-1.
You and Richie both like the number 7, Solib, who has run well on the turf at times, and she's in good form, off the claim for Tom Morley.
When you say good form, to me, it's that last race was a lifetime best on the dirt. But this horse has run well on the turf before. So if you take those two thoughts, the horse is running the best lifetime race, but the surface is actually better than the other surface, the turf. Now we're kind of marrying those things together. I think Solib. If it wasn't for the excitement of the 4, when I kind of came across that pedigree little angle there, I would have been on the 7. And frankly, if they're both going to go off at the same price, I prefer the 7. I just thought the 4 was going to be a bigger price.
Listen, I think there's a lot of live horses in here. I like the 9, Snowy Evening. A horse through. I'm a little worried that 6 furlongs a bit short. David Ock not great with turnbacks, but she has run effectively, breaking her maiden at 7 furlongs. And, Jonathan, don't you think there has to be pace in this race?
Yeah, there has to be pace. It just feels like this horse wants to go a little bit longer. But I will say this, because I say it any opportunity I have. One of the owners of the 9 Snowy Evening is Steve Christ. When the word legend gets thrown around a lot, an absolute legend in the horse player community for his contributions to the game.
Well, the game has suffered greatly by sort of almost simultaneous retirements of Andy Beyer and Steve Christ, because it's really left a gap in the racing writers. And Steve and Andy were two people that covered this game as players, but as great horse player advocates and great writers as well. And tough to recover from both of those guys retiring, but that is a credit to the kind of work they did for so many years.
If you can find a copy of Exotic Betting by Steve Christ, it will change your life in terms of how you play this game from a wagering standpoint.
It's a great, great book, no doubt about it. The 11, Moonage Daydream, I just think it's tough to take 7-2 on this horse coming off an 11-month layoff. I'm not saying she can't win, but to me, that's a very tough price to swallow in this field.
If she runs that race 2 back, she's going to be tough in here, but she's got to stretch out, and she's drawn pretty poorly.
Yeah, I also think Spooky Lady is dangerous in this race. I even think the 6 Dream Central, she could be the one that if this pick 6 is not hit, she might be the one that busts it. They're heading in the gate for the last race of today, the 9th, I'm sorry. It's a barn burner. the call from Chris Griffin.
2 out. Dream Central. Steps in. Caldwell. Loves Gold. Last to load to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed to the inside from Ms. Big Bucks and Spooky Lady in the early fray. And here comes Concerti. And Concerti now puts a neck in front, is the leader. Concerti and Dylan Davis, and now a half length in front of Spooky Lady, who's back to second. Ms. Big Bucks is hustled along at the rail in third. Also progressing, that's Moon Age Daydream with Solo Shot. They're tracking from fourth and fifth. Behind them is Rebo's Valentine, who's now in sixth. Then towards the outside comes Autumn Glory, who's tracking from seventh. So Lieb is eighth. Towards the back end of the field is Caldwell Loves Gold is now in ninth. True Empress is taken 10th. From the back trying to rally on is Snowy Evening from 11th. And the trailer is Dream Central. 21-3 for the opening quarter mile. Concerti has still got the lead, continues to be chased by Spooky Lady. Ms. Big Bucks is all in, needs a way through. They reach the top of the lane. Spooky Lady is now the leader. Concerti still battles on towards the inside. The seam is there for Ms. Big Bucks, is going to try and split him. And here comes Moon Age Daydream now on the grandstand side, and Moon Age Daydream is picking up rivals, and Moon Age Daydream's taking the lead. Here comes the challenge from Solib late. A 16th left to go. Moon Age Daydream. Solib is rolling on the grandstand side. Moon Age Daydream almost there. Solib. Moon Age Daydream wins it. Moon Age Daydream over Solib. Then came Ms. Big Bucks and Solo Shot in 1 minute 7.58 seconds.
This turf is 7.58. They were rolling along here, and the number 11 Moonage Daydream, I wasn't taking that price on her, but she was best getting it done. Tough beat, though, with your horse, Salib, just narrowly finishing second. A nice performance by her off the claim for Tom.
Couple of thoughts. One, the 11 Moon Age Daydream, just one of those horses where you look down, you see it, you know the horse is probably best. However, the horses that are best in races get beat all the time, and these are frustrating results if you try to beat these horses, because it looks like she was never losing this race. I will say this, if this turf is firm, then what I hear is true about Aqueduct being one of the best turf courses that drains the best in this country, because yesterday it was an absolute monsoon in the middle of the day.
It was a brief monsoon, I agree, but keep in mind also, we've had a full day of hot sun beating down on this course, so it probably started the day good, but it's probably not good anymore. But a nice performance by this horse, and a good job by Jorge Abreu having her ready off of the layoff, and Flavien Prat, as usual, in a good spot. She attacked the pace. The pace was rapid. Pace came apart a bit. Solib was looking to pick her up at the end. It just came up a little bit short. But as you said, she is in good form and ran a very, very good race. Just not quite good enough to beat Moon Age Daydream, as I believe we're pretty close to wrapping up the show. It was fun.
I will say this, Andy. Concerti, the 4 horse that we talked about quite a bit. I'd like to see that horse maybe in a few weeks or at some point. Saratoga going 5.5, a little bit shorter, sprinting, that might be better.
Maybe. She's fast. She's going to have to get into. I don't think she ran badly, but she's going to have to get in a race where she can control on the front end. Right. And the problem with the for me, I think a lot of times 5.5 furlong race, we see closers do better in them because the paces get even faster. I don't know if it's about the distance. Yeah. That's my argument as to why Casa Creed should be running in the Jaipur. They're having none of it. But I see, it's like sprinters. Sometimes they think the closing sprinters are better at 7. They're better at 6 because the paces are faster. What's the only race that the champion lost over 2 years?
Right. No, I think Elite Power is a great example of that. No, just like he was better going shorter than he was in those races when he was going 7. That's the one time Gunite got him.
Yep, you want to get those faster paces, and that race Gunite was able to control a couple of nice sprinters, and their loss is being felt in the sprint division. Some fun races today, and the New York Breds put on quite a show, and of course that pick 6 was hit. Paying $44,000 and less than the pick 5 for $1.
Pick 5, it's still one of the best wagers you can be involved with at the racetrack. That and look, I love a pick 6 carryover. I'm a sucker for a pick 6 carryover, but the pick 5 is an everyday wager you can get involved with.
No, the pick 5 is a great, even early one. The pick 5 paid twice the parlay with 2 odds-on horses winning, a 9-5 shot, a 5-2 shot, and a 5-1 shot, and you got over twice the parlay. Pick 5's the way to go. Tomorrow's show, 12:30 to 5 p.m., and there's the number 3 in race number 7. It's all coming together. It all came together for that horse and trainer, Phil Serpy, and an upset for Romero Mirage, and it's almost a daily occurrence. America's Day at the Races will be back tomorrow. Have a great night.